amazing Kemi Bademosi. She is an advisory board member of the NG Youth SDGs. She's a Nigerian lawyer, advocacy and policy strategist, and communications PR professional in the field of gender, education, and international development. I think that's amazing because today's focus is gender and climate. So it's amazing that she's a gender, education, and international development professional. The core of her work focuses keenly on gender programming, policy, and access to education for girls and HIV and AIDS. Now, Ms. Kemi is also a recipient of the UK FCDO Chivney Scholarship, and she's also a TEDx speaker. What a robust bio. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready and the team is ready, we'll be getting our opening remarks from Ms. Kemi. Enjoy.
On existing protocol. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to give the opening remark for the Nigeria Youth SDGs and Partners International Youth Day event. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. The theme of this event is one that is very significant, from awareness to action, empowering youth in Nigeria for the SDGs. This is because young people have a critical role to play when it comes to actualizing the Sustainable Development Goals. They actually sit at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals. Across the world, Africa has the youngest population more than any other continent, with over 400 million young people between ages 15 to 35. And Nigeria, because of our population size of over 200 million, contributes significantly to that youth population. Now think about it this way. When you have a youth population that is so robust, it does have potential to contribute to economic growth, it has potential to contribute to innovation, and potential as well to equip a country and enable a country achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We just need to make sure that this youth population is harnessed, that they are equipped and empowered to realize their full potential. A recent report on how the world is doing when it comes to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals was just released. And it shows that the world is failing on its promise to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. We're seeing more people being thrown into poverty and more people facing hunger, more civilian deaths than we've ever had, as well as a situation of global temperatures rising to critical levels. Now, what are some of the gains that we've seen with the Sustainable Development Goals? We've seen an increase in parity, more girls getting into school, just as boys with respect to education. However, there are still challenges with completion, and there's still challenges with dropout rates. We've also seen situations where increase in internet access to technology, more people having access to technology, to mobile phones, to be able to connect, to reach, and to engage. We've also seen that with the Sustainable Development Goals, we're making some gains in health. For example, the HIV/AIDS response is recording some gains. And there are lessons even within that, and how young people are mobilized and galvanized to achieve positive results. Be that as it may, there are still challenges, and it would require young people just like yourself to be at the front and center of the Sustainable Development Goals. We all have collective responsibilities on the youth side as well as on the side of stakeholders such as government, parliamentarians, NGOs, civil society, and across the board, young people play a very important role. Now, how do we empower young people in Nigeria to contribute to the SDGs? I'd like to start by highlighting the need for involvement in policy processes, decision-making processes, bringing young people to the table because their ideas, their voices and insights can contribute to shaping how the country responds and works towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So as you sit here, I want to charge you that as you leave this event, make it a commitment to find out what your government is doing at the local level, at the state level, and the national level, and see ways in which you can get involved. You can also get involved with organizations like the Youth SDGs that daily works towards advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. Another thing that is important is even if we've had awareness, there's still a need for peer-to-peer education. It is important that young people are equipped with significant knowledge on why the SDGs are very critical. What are the implications on our overall well-being, on our sustainability and our growth if we do not achieve it as a country? When we look at Nigeria today, there are immense challenges with unemployment rates soaring through the roof. We're seeing challenges with security, challenges even with flooding, which points to climate change issues. We're seeing issues of gender-based violence, gender inequality. We need to also ensure that environmental conservative initiatives led by young people are fully supported. That beyond that, we also ensure that environmental conservation is included in the curriculum so that young people have knowledge, receive knowledge, and are empowered to take action. On the issue of gender equality, talked about earlier on about the challenges with gender-based violence, but it's also the lack of adequate opportunities for young women and girls, whether in leadership, in quality education, and also in addressing systemic and cultural barriers. These are areas that we must tackle if we're to empower young people to contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to ensure that they receive quality education and that young people are better equipped with knowledge and tools to identify gender-based violence and also preventive approaches to help address it. All of these require young people to be at the center. Another way that young people can be empowered is if we invest in startups. We live in a digital age and a time where there's no one-track way to sustainable employment. So there is a need to establish hubs, to fund startups, and also create hubs that young people can dedicate their time and empowered towards sustainable employment. It also points to education, the quality of education and vocational training. There is a need for that to be strengthened because when young people have quality education, it develops critical thinking, it promotes creativity, all of which are critical as the world continues to work towards the SDGs. Another thing that I'd like to highlight is the need to fund youth-led initiatives that speak and align with the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to invest in these initiatives. We need to empower young people with the critical skills that can enable them take on these initiatives, like what the Youth SDGs is doing in Nigeria today, and many other organizations that are working in different sectors that all align with the SDGs. It is also important that young people recognize the power that they have to be able to hold governments accountable. Are you following the reports? Are you checking the situation? Do you know where Nigeria ranks and stands when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals? Are you also following the budget trends? Are you following the implementation of the government when it comes to the SDGs? It is within your power to not only sit at the table, but to also hold governments accountable, to also ensure that there is transparency when it comes to Sustainable Development Goals. And that is a role that you can play from wherever you are, to ask the questions, but to also be part of the movement. It is my hope that at the end of this event, that we will come up with strong action points on how we can catalyze all the discussions into action, perhaps into a communique that we can use to track how the government addresses the Sustainable Development Goals from here on. It is also my hope that all the critical stakeholders, including young people, would work together to see that Nigeria is able to accomplish and realize the Sustainable Development Goals. And this involves a call to action to critical stakeholders from government, civil society, NGOs, community leaders. On this International Youth Day, I want to encourage you to use your collective power insights, ideas, and voice as young people to help Nigeria get on track to the SDGs. Thank you and God bless.
Please
Fellow
make the
Nigerian
applause
youths.
louder. That was an amazing opening remark. And now, officially, we are open for day 2 of the International Youth Day. I am your host, Sharon Chiahemen, and it is my honor to be leading you today. All right, now something stood out for me from her session. She said that young people should know that we have the power to hold the government accountable, and we should follow. So many of us don't even know Nigeria's ranking in terms of the SDGs and all of that. So we have to be more intentional, get the information that we need to actually hold them accountable. And she also mentioned that at the end of this session, we should have action points that will catalyze all we discuss. And that's actually my hope too, that this 2-day event will not just be another gathering where we'll talk and talk and talk, complain, say the same things and then go back. And I hope that at the end of today and the 2 days, that we're able to go back with tangible action points, going back to our communities to actually start implementing the change that we want to see. All right. Now we're going to be taking a few goodwill messages from some amazing personalities. Our first goodwill message is going to be from a lady I admire so much. She is Lady Diana Eyo Enoete. She's the special advisor to the governor of Delta State on the SDGs. And not just that, she's a humanitarian, she's a strategist, she's an SDGs goalkeeper, she's a mental health advocate, and her goal is to empower and educate. She's done a lot of work in the Niger Delta as regards, mental health and especially the environmental issues that they face in the Niger Delta. She's super inspiring, and today we'll be having a video message from her. If the media is ready, we'll be getting a message from Lady Eyo Eno Ete.
Fellow Nigerian youths, happy International Youth Day. My name is Lady Diana Ireitumi Eyo Enoite. I'm the Special Assistant to the Governor of Delta State on Sustainable Development Goal. I want to start by applauding the organization organizing this event today. I want to start by applauding the Network of Youth for SDGs and its leadership for organizing a laudable event today. Today, we are not just young people in the room speaking to ourselves, but we are young people that have capacity to make a difference. Now, I'm sorry that I'm not with you in person, but I am living example of the team for today. Today, we're taking awareness into action. Back here in Delta State, we are doing the maiden, and I must say this with all humility, the maiden summer camp for sustainable development goals in Nigeria is happening in Delta State starting today. And what does this mean for you? It means that you have what it takes to make a difference. I want you to leave here with 3 things today. 3 things you can do to make a difference. First of all, gain a skill. And if you have a skill already, double it. 1 person, 2 skills. Secondly, civic engagement. Know your voting rights and use it as a tool for change in Nigeria. 3, leadership. Leadership in volunteering and leadership to make a social impact. We are over 10 million Nigerian youths and we are the agents of change. I want to say this to you. If you are in this room, do not see it as another opportunity to be in a conference or in a seminar. See it as an opportunity to be in a betting ground where the world will hear about your capacity. We must not leave anyone behind, for that is the United Nations mandate for Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you for all of you who are already doing exceptional things in different parts of the country and the world. Nothing is too small. From a simple WhatsApp post to a grandiose event like we're having, your actions count in truly making a difference. And yes, the world is better because you are doing something. I send my greetings to all the VIP guests in the hall. I honor and I appreciate you for coming and standing by this organization. I thank you for doing what you're doing. To all the participants and all the volunteers, this is what it means to take an action. You've been in that room today. It's definitely the action that we needed. And I pray that it's a successful discussion, but most importantly, that you leave that room taking action for Sustainable Development Goals. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Bye-bye.
Wow, now you see why I admire her. Very short but straight to the point. Like she said, there are three things we should do for sustainable change. Number one is to gain skills, and if you have a skill, double the skill. Civil engagement, go out and vote, get involved in policy, decision making, and then leadership for volunteering and also for social impact. And she said it doesn't matter if it's just a WhatsApp post. You know, many of us feel that what we do in this space doesn't matter because you are not the founder or CEO of an organization. Everybody believes that the only way to make sustainable change is to be founder, go and start my own NGO, gather people, take pictures. But that's not the only way. Simple WhatsApp post, being here today, going back to your community, taking what you learned here today, and then sharing or breaking it down to a little, even if it's a virtual project, can go a long way. And she said something that I want us all to repeat. She said, the world is better because of me, right? That's what she said. So we're going to say it together. Are we ready? Are we ready? One, two, go. The world. Some of us are saying it like we don't believe it. Is it because you are not the founder of, of an NGO, or you've not, started collecting awards and all that? Just by being in this room, you're already part of the movement that is going to make sure the SDGs are achieved, not just in Nigeria, but across the world. So we're going to say it one more time, but this time say it like you believe it. The world. It's like some people don't even know what I'm saying. The world is better because of me. One more time. Yes, and as you go back, I just feel led to say this. Don't feel that because you're not the founder of an NGO or you're not standing on global platforms yet, you're not making a change. That needs to change. Talking to somebody about climate change, whatever it is, no matter the change, everything that every single one of us in this room is doing together is the collective change that we're looking for. All right, now we have one more Goodwill message from the project coordinator of climate justice that is under Oxfam in Nigeria. He's Mr. Kenneth Akpan, and we're super delighted to have him in our presence this morning. Sorry, this Friday. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Kenneth Akpan for his Goodwill message.
Good morning, everyone. Great Nigerian youth. I'm delighted to stand before you once again. And the theme of today's event will be gender and climate, which is very dear to me. And I would also like you to know that this is all happening because of how dear we think the youth are to the Climate Justice Project, which is the African Activists for Climate Justice that is behind, you know, the sponsoring of this event. I also want to let you know that it has been part of what we do. We have also brought about a group of youth called the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors. This is all in the light of projecting youth to take action and to take charge of the climate space. Gender and climate are two issues that cannot be separated. And in that space, we will find so much injustice. And that is where the climate justice angle of Oxfam's project comes in to addressing. I'm happy today because we have heard so much from yesterday and even today. And it's all about taking action. And this action has to be collective. Just like she rightly mentioned, it's not about forming an organization, but the synergy, the potential is in the synergy. If some of you will remember, before the protest for hunger or the end bad governance protest, there was one lone protester that took a banner and was protesting. It was on the internet. He started it. But I'm sure there were no police everywhere. Nobody shut down anything because, come on, it was just one guy that they would probably think he was crazy. But when people came out en masse, I think the government took them seriously. So that is a lesson we should take from here, that collective action is key to making that progress that which we desire to see. The youth can never, ever be undermined. That is one thing I want you to have at the back of your mind. Because when they say the future belongs to the youth, truly it does belong to you. So if you don't take action today, you might just sit back tomorrow with your gray hair and thinking, I think I didn't really do well. Because you won't have the right answers for your own children at that time. So you need to take action not just for yourself, but for the future of your children that are yet to come. So I enjoin you this morning to pay attention, take one lesson, go back to your community, and be that change maker that you want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenneth. Please, another round of applause for him as he goes back to his seat. All right. Now we're going to be having another charge. Let me say like a charge. It's not just a message. It's going to come with a lot of, from somebody that I admire so much. We're going to be having on board the program manager for Spotlight Initiative, that's UN Population Fund, representing the UN Interagency Youth Group. No other person but Dr. Babatunde Adelekon. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make your applause louder as we welcome Dr. Babatunde Adelekon. You're welcome, sir. Please encourage him, give him a round of applause till he gets to the stage. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning. Hello, how are you? I'm so honored to be among you today. Just like what they've said, I coordinate youth activities in the UN through the UN Interagency Group of Youth, and it's a forum where we're able to pull response both at the humanitarian and development nexus for us to be able to achieve the SDGs. I want to stand on the protocols that have already been established. And I just want to give this remark on behalf of the UN resident coordinator, Mr. Mohamed IV. It's another International Youth Day. We do this every year. And I think for me, it's also a time for reflection to find out what we have achieved thus far and how our actions or inactions will make us get to the point where we achieve the SDGs. I think it has been said over and over again that young people are critical and they even play a central role in using digital technologies to address socioeconomic challenges, gender inequalities, and the climate issues that we face. This year's International Youth Day theme, From Clicks to Progress, Youth Digital Pathways for Sustainable Development, highlights the need for countries to ensure that youth actively participate in the digital economy. The rapid digital revolution we see is transforming societies and is offering significant benefits across various sectors, including healthcare, education, finance, governance, leadership. And we have seen clearly that some of these are critical and key to reducing poverty, improving our health, creating jobs, and enhancing sustainability. Just like I've said, in Nigeria, the UN is implementing initiatives to help young people leverage all these opportunities, to prepare them to lead in the fourth industrial revolution and drive a large-scale community impact. Our aim is for us to serve as a platform where we can bring together young people, the government, for us to chart a course on what is the best approach for us to move as a country. New technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, is expected to reshape the labor market by eliminating some jobs and of course, creating new opportunities. Uh, this shift will require new skills, social protection policies, and a redefinition of the relationship between work and leisure. However, the digital economy also brings risks such as cybersecurity threats and challenges to privacy. The collaborative efforts among government, civil society, the academia, and the technological industries are very, very key and essential to developing these solutions. Recently, the UN, with the civil society organizations and UN Network, organized the National Consultative Youth Forum towards the upcoming Summit of the Future. And from there, we've been able to get a lot of insights and recommendations that we think will form the backbone of what the government will begin to work with over the next few years. The Summit of the Future at the UN in New York will focus on addressing some of the challenges through the Global Digital Compact. It is therefore very crucial for young people to hold their leaders accountable even after the summit and ensure that all the recommendations and insights after that global gathering is implemented. We must also begin to see ways for us to close the digital divide by building an inclusive digital economy. It is your time. I say it again, young people, it is your time. You must take advantage of the digital economy to change our life. Get the needed skills. Get the needed skills. Use the available resources that you have and help us all to achieve the sustainable development goal. I wish you all a very, very fruitful and happy deliberation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please make the applause louder. Thank you so much, Dr. Babatunde. Thank you. Now, he said something. He said, new shift requires new skills. New shift requires new skills, and we already know that we're experiencing a shift, whether you can see it or not. A shift is happening, and for the new shift we need new skills. And he also said that young people, it is your time. So we're going to say it, but we're going to personalize. We're going to say, as a young person, it is my time. Are we ready? As a young person, as a young person, it's like the people that are not even the youth, they are the ones saying it more. The young people. Say, young people. Young people. Yes, so we have to make do with the skills that we have, um, as well as the resources available. And he also mentioned something for the Summit of the Future. I don't know, Dr. Babatunde, if some of us want to attend Summit of the Future in New York. Am I lying? I want to attend Summit of the Future in New York. Yes or no? So I don't know if Dr. Babatunde, can give us cut soap for us after the event so that we can attend Summit of the Future in New York. That's if he's still around, if he can help us. All right, once again, welcome to day 2 of the International Youth Day, organized by the Network of Youth for Sustainable Initiative. That's the Nigerian Youth SDGs. And our partners are Oxfam in Nigeria, African Activists for Climate Justice, Global Initiative for Food Security and Ecosystem Preservation, the United Nations, Amnesty International, Area I for Africa, and Connected Development. Please, I'd like us to give another round of applause to our organizer and partners for putting together this amazing, amazing 2-day event. And like everyone has said, and I keep on saying, I hope that this time around we're going to leave here and have action points. That's why the theme for this 2-day event is from awareness to action, empowering youth in Nigeria for the SDGs. Because we do a lot of talking. Many of us have attended seminars like this, project like this. Please, let's make sure that this one is different and you take away action points for onward application in your community. All right. Now, today, our focus is going to be on gender and climate. Now, I know that every single one of us here has maybe 1 or 2 SDGs that you work on, but do we have people here who are specifically working on climate or gender. Can I see your hand up? Those of us in climate. Yeah. Today is actually my day because I'm also SDG 13 is my major SDG. So climate. Let me see my fellow climate people. Raise your hand. Okay, good. Gender people in the house. Good. Now, one of the things I tell people is this applies not just for climate action, but for the other SDGs as well. Climate change is an intersectional problem. It's multidimensional. It's not just a standalone problem existing in silos. Like it affects all the other SDGs directly or indirectly. And I usually love when we have, you know, either panel session or just events that look at how one SDG affects the other. So before we have the panel discussion, I want us to just do something for about the next 3 to 5 minutes that will help us, you know, get a lot from the panel discussion. So this is what I want us to do. So yesterday, there was a game I wanted us to play today, but you guys already played it yesterday, 17 SDGs. Now I want us to network, but this time I want us to network different. So this is what you're going to do after you introduce yourself to your partner, whoever it is that you meet. So just one person, we don't have a lot of time. You guys should exchange like what SDGs you're working on or interested in. It could be one, it could be two. Now don't stop at that. So for instance, if you're in health, that's good health and well-being, and you meet someone that is working or interested in climate action, you guys should find out what connects your SDGs or how you guys can work together or how your work affects one another. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you meet somebody, a person works in gender equality and you work in climate action. You can talk about how, you know, gender increases the divide that we see in, climate change affects the divide we see in gender inequality. So are we ready? Not the person sitting beside you. Stand up, move around, but look for one person and make sure you do what I say. Don't go and be talking about the picture they posted on Instagram or using this time to take selfie, because when we come back I'm going to catch some of you and ask you what you learned. So remember, introduce yourself, what SDGs you work on, and how your SDGs, you know, what's the link there. So are we ready? Are we ready? 1, 2, go. Not the person beside you. And I'm going to ask, I'm going to be watching. Those of you at the back, I can see you. I can see you from here. Not the person beside you. Meet somebody else. Introduce yourself. Tell me your that must find how to work. How so we are person beside you. Stop guys do for now to check. You will be able to see wash together. We don't see together. See to ensure that do the link for guys. You mean to this work come and better now they are doing. Yeah. So that's not about that we miss. Maybe the person you are talking to is the person that will give you a seat at the table. Some people are very humble here. You don't know where your destiny helper is. 2 more minutes. Move around, move around. You guys can even have startups so from this. Some of you are sitting down. These 3 uncles, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Huh? I'll be the 3 wise men. Okay. But this is not an excuse to go out to. This is not time to go and take picture and do video to pepper your haters on social media. Network, meet somebody, ask them what they do. Okay, so for those of you who are not currently working on any SDGs, because I think that's why some people are not meeting anybody, we have 17 SDGs. Number 1 is no poverty. Number 2 is no hunger. Number 3 is good health. Number 4 is quality education. Number 5 is gender equality. Number 6 is clean water and sanitation. Number 7 is renewable energy. Number 8 is good jobs and economic growth. Number 9 is innovation infrastructure. Number 10 is reduced inequalities. Number 11 is sustainable cities and communities. Number 12 is responsible consumption and production. Number 13, that's my baby, is climate action. Number 14 is life below water. Number 15 is life on land. Number 16 is peace and justice. And number 17 is partnership for the goals. So if you don't have any SDGs you're working on or you're interested in, this is also an opportunity to ask your partner what they know, you know. Just look at, you can Google the SDGs, look at the one that looks like, even if it's by color you want to choose. Number 10 is pink. Number 2 is yellow. You can choose based on color and just exchange. These people in the middle. Network. Oh. Nobody has come to meet me. Okay. I was thinking somebody come and network with me. It's fine. I have one grant like that I'm not using though. If I like your idea, I can give you like $2,000. Share your social media. Share your card if you have. Nobody has come to meet me. All right. I have grants that I'm not using in dollars. I've changed my mind. What's your name? Fatima, what's your name? Bashir, my name is Sharon. Nice to meet you. 7 and 12, okay? Okay, so me, I do climate action and reduce equality. Climate action, so I need an NGO to do climate work and all of this stuff. Therefore, reduce equality, whether it's disability, whether it's disability, whatever, just to see how. I also know that climate action also affects equalities. Where things are already unequal, climate action can tip the balance. So I usually work that. So what do you say you do again? Climate action. There's no climate action without responsible consumption, without all of those things. So how about you? Life on land. Perfect. Life on land, climate action. So that life on land is even like under climate action. Yeah. So yes. So you see, so you guys, so oh wow, electronic waste sector in Nigeria is almost non-existent, but it's like so. I watched one documentary. I think it was in San Francisco. If you see like the way that I think people don't even used to think of electronic waste. E-waste is not really, and that's one of the like largest. But they will use and throw devices away every. It's crazy. Hi, that's the person I want to talk to, not you. Oh, nice. Okay, what's that? Nice. Oh wow. Okay. 1 more minute. Collect their names. Oh wow. Okay, so what is powered by? Oh, okay. Solar. Okay. How about you? What's your name? More. Sorry, my name is Sharon. What do you do? Okay. Okay. So quality education. Quality education and climate change. So most times when climate change disasters happen, like flooding and whatever, schools are usually the first to be affected, and children are usually affected. So that's it. So you guys, I'll catch you people. You people will be one of the first groups I'll call. People just cite where you pass. When I call you, just stand up.
Okay,
Well, I trust you people now. 0817 2999 841. That's my WhatsApp message and WhatsApp number. So just yes, Sharon. Yes. So if it's not from my hand, I'll call you. What's your name again? What's your name again? Fatima Mori Bashir. Okay, let's start going back to our seats. Because I'm going to call out like 3 groups to make sure you guys understood the assignment. And with those of you that have started business already, just by talking to each other, send me 10% when you start making money. All right, please, let's make our way back to our seats. Thank you. How many of us enjoyed this session? You enjoyed learning? Raise your hand if you enjoy. If something is good, say it's good. How many of us enjoyed this session? All right, please, let's make our way back to our seats. If you have any friend that is outside taking pictures for social media, please tell them that when you come for conference, focus on the knowledge and not the picture for the gram. Call them inside. Let's make our way back to our seats, and let me see which group. Some people is now that the conversation is. Okay. Let me look for volunteers first before I pick. Who wants to, represent with their partner? Like, tell us what you do, what your partner does, and the link you guys found. Anybody? Let me ask for volunteers before Okay. We have a volunteer. Please stand up and get a mic. Please clap for her. Okay. Wait. Okay. So you have to call your partner because I need evidence. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm standing before you is Blikisu Aliukana, a member of the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors. So my partner is Favor. She's a nurse. Please come forward.
Who is Favor? Okay, clap for Favor. Okay.
All right. So me, I'm an advocate for Go 13, which is climate action. So Favor here, she said she doesn't belong to any of the Sustainable Development Goals. And since she's a nurse, so I advise her to go for Go 3, which is good health and well-being. Because if you look through the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, they are being interconnected, irrespective of all the goals and all of that. Okay, Go 3, which is good health and well-being. Climate change poses as a threat to our health by causing vector diseases. So you see, it's being interconnected. So if you take action, it won't pose as a threat to our health. So Favor here, she's advocating for Goal 3, which is good health and well-being, as from today henceforth. So if you're an advocate of Goal 3, you can join Favor here and encourage her to be a good advocate of Goal 3 as a nurse. Thank you very much.
All right, please clap for them again. So we have Goal 13 and health. Please, the next, so we're going to do just one more group. But this group, I saw, yes, Papa, please come. Please clap for him, forever young. Yeah, so please hope you two are not climate action or good health, because we want to hear, okay, so give him.
Okay, good day, everyone.
Good day.
My name is Abu Paul Awaji. I work with a New Thing International Foundation. So basically, what my NGO does, we help youths convert their latent energy, their creativity from substance abuse to other gainful pursuits. So I met this my friend. What's your name? Tell them your name.
Abubakar.
Okay, I met Abubakar just a few minutes ago, and he was telling me that he works, his NGO, what they do is they focus on Goal 4, which is quality education, And my NGO does a lot around advocacy and education. And so I told him that we currently have a project ongoing in Abuja in collaboration with other NGOs. It's called SOBE, School Outreach for Better Education. So we go to schools, we go to communities, we talk to them on social vices, good touch, bad touch, you know, all those things that young people need to know in order for them not to start. So it's a great pleasure, and I enjoyed networking with him.
So you guys are going to do something together,
Definitely,
right?
we are going to use Goal 17.
Oh, you're
We're going to
partnership for the
partner.
goals,
Yeah.
yes.
Exactly.
And when people get grants, send me 10%.
Okay, noted.
All right, please clap for them. Thank you so much. So because of time, I think during the event, I'm still going to call out some groups. So you can, during the event, please make sure that the person beside you know what they do. Find a link and then find something that you guys can do together. So very quickly, we're going to be hearing from our organizer, Mr. Joshua Alade of Nigerian Youth SDGs.
Please don't go. Just stay here. Thank you. Morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your energy and your support so far. Just a quick announcement to say that currently this venue, we are oversubscribed. So I know that we like our friends. For you to be here, you must have gotten an email. Please don't send the venues to people who have not gotten emails. It's just for security and ventilation, basically. So we want to make sure that we have enough space for the people who are in the room. So please, let's stop sending out information about the venue to people who are not registered to be here for today, or who did not get an email to be here for today. In the meantime, for those who are outside, we would find a way to bring them in. But please, don't say, they will find a way to bring us in. They've said it. Please don't send the address to anyone. If you've done it and the person is on their way, tell them that they should abort the mission. Basically, say abort mission, don't come. They can join online. And the online is really good. So please, let's not send out these venues to other people. If you've done that on your WhatsApp, delete it. Delete for everyone. Yeah. Thank you so much. So we're going to just keep a beat and move on into the panel. Yeah, thank you. We'll make space for others to come in.
Abort mission, delete for everyone. Go back, give them transport to go back, book boats for them. So the people that are meant to be here can come in. All right, 'cause I just saw somebody that was here yesterday. The person is still outside. The gates have been locked. People are locked outside. It looks so sad, but thank God you're inside. Hope you got the email. Oh. Hope you got the email. Okay. All right. So now we're going to be moving to our first panel discussion for today. And the topic for this panel discussion is the intersectionality of gender and climate issues. I'm looking forward to this panel. I'm going to be writing as if I'm going to take exam, because I'm just getting into climate and, you know, the gender intersectionality. So this is going to be very interesting. And our panel moderator for today is none other but Raju Silvanus. So he's going to be coming up, he's going to introduce our panel speakers and then have the panel session. So while Raju Silvanus is coming up, please, a round of applause for our panel moderator. You look beautiful. Thank
you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Good morning, everyone. Happy International Youth Day to you all. You look beautiful. Today we have great people in our midst who are going to be our panelists. And the first person I'm going to invite on stage with me today is Helen Akinyemi. Please, if she's around, can you give a round of applause for her? Helen Akinyemi is a gender justice lead for Oxfam in Nigeria, a fellowship candidate for the Johns Hopkins University School of Public Health Gender and Gender-Based Violence Accelerated Fellowship Program, and a PhD candidate in Gender and Development Studies in Obafemi Awolowo University. She has a Master of Science in Gender and Development Studies from the Center of Gender and Policy Studies, a Master in International Relations, a Bachelor in Arts of Philosophy. She is a gender researcher, feminist writer, advocate for women's emancipation, inclusive governance, and an avid writer on gender issues in governance, gender-responsive budgeting, politics, and policy evaluation. Helen has worked with both national and international NGOs, has presented papers at both national and international conferences. She is a member of Development Studies Association, United Kingdom. Please, you're welcome on stage, ma. Give a round of applause for this great woman you're sitting here. The second panelist I'm going to invite on stage today is none other person but Nanfat Chifat. A round of applause for him, please. Please encourage him. He is a seasoned communications and reputation management expert, broadcast journalist, and campaign influencer, known for his ability to amplify voices and foster community growth. A passionate advocate for sustainable development goals, he excels in grassroots mobilization and empowering communities through skill-building initiatives. Currently, Nanpak serves as a public relations and digital communication officer at Connected Development, a leading civil society organization in Africa. Beyond his professional role, he contributes as a board member of 2 Nigerian non-profits driving societal change. With a master's in public relations and extensive experience, Nanpak brings a dynamic skill set and a broad network to every project. Please appreciate him. You're welcome on stage, sir. The third panelist I'm going to invite on stage today is none other person but Adiodun Esed. A round of applause for her. She is a senior special assistant to the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on community engagement, North Central. She is a fellow of Cody International Institute, Canada, 2021 Mandela Washington Fellowship, and the regional director for African World Smart City. She is a gender advocate, women leader of Nigerian Women Trust Fund, public health consultant, and a researcher. She is a passionate community leader with 7 years of experience in project management, community development, and leadership. She is involved in identifying development gaps in society and ways of bridging them. Please, a round of applause for this great personality. You're welcome on stage, ma'am. The last but not the least, the fourth panelist I'm inviting on stage today is none other person but David Aduze. Please encourage him. He is a renewable energy expert with about a decade's experience in the deployment of innovative solutions, cutting across power generation, transmission, distribution, and off-grid energy with a patent in design of solar-powered electric vehicles to enhance e-mobility. He is a professional with multinational experience in policy design and clean energy project implementation, which provides energy access to the private market. He currently leads the United States African Development Foundation off-grid energy portfolio in Nigeria. He is an advisor on the United Nations Development Program, Global Sustainable Energy Governance Team, and a financing and deploying clean energy program scholar on Yale University, USA. Please appreciate him. You're welcome on stage, Sam. As we have all heard from the MC of today's ceremony, she has already introduced the topic, but I will still say it again because this topic is very vital to every youth out here. The topic of today's panel session is the intersectionality of gender and climate. Please, before I proceed, can I see the hands of those who are yet to start advocating and engaging in gender and climate. If you're not advocating for it or you're not into it, please can I see you wave your hands? Please don't be shy, just wave your hands. Thank you very much. Can we celebrate them? Celebrate them, it's not easy. Actually, gender and climate are two important, critical, and prominent topics. It is everybody's business. You don't have to be an environmentalist before you engage in gender or climate, or justice too. So what you need to do is to take part in climate and justice. It's not easy actually to engage with gender and climate. But climate is important because climate change does not choose anybody's door before hitting hard on anyone. The hazards and challenges that we face from climate change, it affects each and every one of us. So please, it is everyone's responsibility to engage and advocate in climate. Before then, I'll proceed to the panelists today. I would like to throw a general question at them on how do you feel or how do you think we can be able to influence existing systems in order for them to advocate for climate change and gender equality? Please, can I start with you, Mr. Irene Zesa?
Thank you so much for the question. Warm greetings, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here, to the organizers, and the brilliant organization, NGYouthSDGs. Joshua, you're doing a great job. Thank you so much for keeping it on for the past couple years. I really appreciate you and the team behind this. I would just like to answer your question in two folds. We did not get here all of a sudden. If we are to see a different result in the future, we need to start today. I've always said that when you think about the SDGs, hopefully if I was in the hall yesterday when they were playing that game of listing out the 17 SDGs, I would have said it from 1 to 17 because it is something that I built my foundation with the SDGs about, which means we cannot achieve a set of goals that we don't know. So advocacy is non-negotiable for us to be able to see something meaningful. And then in addition to advocacy, we need to be a bit more intentional. The question is, why don't we have a lot of people playing in this space? Why are we not seeing a lot of projects in this dimension? Why we, today we say, oh, in the clean energy sector, we say we don't have a lot of women, for example, in STEM or in engineering. That didn't just happen. Because back in the day, you see that ladies, oh, engineering is it's not an interesting topic. Go become a lawyer, become a doctor. It's more feminine, right? But hello, this kind of counsel had led us to where we are today. Today we are scrambling to have women within the sector, from technology to even finance to you name it. So I would just say that we didn't get to this point today all of a sudden. If we want to see something different, we need to take our advocacy seriously. We have to be intentional for us to be able to see anything very meaningful. And also, for those of us who are in the room, those of us on stage, we have a responsibility to ensure that our circle of influence is duly informed with relevant information about the SDGs. You see yourself as an SDG ambassador, whether you have the SDG pin, like my sister Loretta, or not. You are an SDG ambassador because at the end of the day, what is the goal, what is behind the objectives of the SDGs? Is to impact and improve the quality of the human life. Whether you say gender equality, quality education, good health and well-being, it's people-centric. And so when you look at it from that perspective, that should be enough motivation for you to drive it. And so advocacy is not negotiable. Our call to action as people working from every point from where we are and the point of influence that we have is non-negotiable. And that's one way we need to start looking at this subject. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Arinze, for that great contribution. I actually liked when you said we didn't get to this situation. by mistake or all of a sudden. So it was actually a process that led to this situation, of which we will be able to overcome it. Along the line, we'll be able to see some of those things, how we are. I don't want to chip into it because I'm sure from their experience and expertise we will get to hear it. Please, ma, can I hear from you?
Thank you so much. It's good morning, everyone, and happy International Youth Day to everyone that are here. I must say this is a fantastic program and topic for us to discuss with the youth. Like my colleague has said, we didn't just get here. It was a process, and I think the way out is also to intensify in our advocacy and also sensitization. So you can't rule out the role women play in terms of the climate change issues that you have. So you see our local women saying, okay, how many of you like jollof rice cooked by firewood? Ah, you see where we're going. So we need to start sensitizing people, like, it's a smoking, like she's saying, smoky jollof rice, the tastes, there's something about the tastes, right? Who is getting there? There's something about the taste when you use the firewood to cook the jollof rice. It tastes sweeter. So that's how we need to also start. And who are the custodians of this cooking? Of this jollof rice? Women. So they have to be part of the solution in addressing this. So it starts by, localizing some of these things, taking it down to the local level. So I've always been an advocate of SDG localization. It shouldn't be about the UN thing, New York thing, we are going to the New York thing. We cannot achieve the SDG if the people at the local level who we interact with on a daily basis don't understand the same thing you understand when you go to the New York City to discuss about SDG. So how do we localize it to get the local knowledge, to get the local people to understand the position of things? So there's no need to say, okay, you can use firewood, but there's a new version of the firewood, which is the briquette, that you can use that looks like a firewood. And it gives them that feeling, that perception that, oh, it's still firewood, but it's a renewable energy that can be used. So how are we reaching down to the people there to say, this is our platform, this is what we need to, because you cannot achieve SDG when the people who are custodians of our culture and values don't understand what you're doing. And it's our youth that will help to do that. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for her. I will capitalize on the line where she said we have to stress on advocacy. And she threw a question at us where she said, how many people love jollof rice that is being made by wood? It's actually funny how some of us are not aware of the dangers of this process of making jollof rice through firewood or burning firewood. So women can never be an exemption in climate change because you cannot start solving a problem without knowing its root cause. So it's not as if women are the only people who are the problem to climate change. No. But they are important instruments to be used in tackling the problem. Please, can I hear your opinion, Mr. Nanpak, about it?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for having me. I want to say women are not only important in solving climate change issues, but every societal issue. From conflict to education to economy, name it, women are key determinant to what comes out of it. I mean, we've had men doing everything from time immemorial, but what have we achieved? So I want to say, first off, we need women everywhere. How can we leverage existing systems? Maybe let me begin from my constituency. I'm into media and communication. So one of the things we can do within the system, and which is one thing that we've not done so well, is to leverage the platforms that we have. It's about telling stories of underrepresented people. Women, to some extent, not to some extent, women are underrepresented. Issues of climate change are underreported. So some months back, I traveled to Yobe, Damaturu, and I flew to Kano and then did road from Kano to Damaturu. And the heat that was in Damatru, I've never experienced it. So when I came back, I was like, okay, so we sit in Abuja and keep clamoring for, climate change, climate change. And we are not really facing some of these things. People that are really facing these challenges are not even aware that there is a challenge, that it is a challenge that needs to be addressed. So for people within my constituency, media and communication, let's leverage our platforms right now to intensify, the stories we tell. How do we focus on climate issues? How do we focus on gender issues, right? By so doing, we can go a long way. Another thing, that we've neglected, virtually everybody here passed through primary school. Everybody. Secondary school. Maybe 95% of us here, tertiary institutions. But how many of us were exposed to conversation about gender issues, about climate issues in our educational systems? We did not get exposed to that. Forgive me, I think it was until when I was almost done with university before I had the concept climate change. And it was then I began, developing interest and passion to say, oh, what can I do? What can I do? So we need to revamp our educational system, our curriculums. We need to have them. We need to have subjects, courses that address core issues of gender, that address core issues of climate change. And everybody should take those courses, just as we take entrepreneurship right now in our universities, right? Just as we take, what is the other course? Conflict. Thank you very much. You understand it. So we need to have gender, courses. We need to have, where everybody, because if you know about gender and I don't know about gender issues, and we are working in the same place, there's going to be conflict. Because what you will expect that, oh, I should behave a certain way, because I don't know, right? I will not. So, we need to revamp our educational system, our curriculums to, fit into this narrative, to be able to ensure that everybody that passed through these systems, from primary school, we need to start having this. We need to start having clubs in our primary schools, We need to have, we have debating club, we have jets club, we need to have climate club. We need to have clubs that talk about gender, so that from a very tender age, and permit me to say, while some of us behave the way we behave towards the other gender, has a lot to do with our upbringing. So if we have good conversation, we have good, tutelage and lessons, from that early age, it makes us to understand the other person, the other gender better, and how to relate with them better. So for me, media, my constituency, media and communication, we need to tell better stories around gender and climate change, and then we need to revamp our curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful opinion. Your points were straight and clear, especially for our education system. Courses and subjects should be introduced that directly talks about gender and climate, so that even at a tender age, everybody will be well aware of climate and gender. Thank you, sir. Please, Ma, can we hear your opinion about this?
Thank you. So I would just like to build on what has been said so far. But I would like to throw a question to the audience. So when we're talking about this gender, what does it mean to you? Just 2 responses.
No hands.
You can wave your hands if you want to try the question.
Sorry, not from Oxfam staff.
I would say gender are socially constructed roles of, let me say, all their expectations of whether you're a man or you're a woman, the way society has designed the rules for men and the rules for women. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I just leverage on that response. So when we're discussing issues of gender, so I think it is necessary for us to understand what that concept entails, what it actually means. And at times, when you're even looking at the definitions, the meanings, it's contextual in most cases also. But the most common one was what she said. But it is not actually gender roles. It is just a concept under gender itself. So we are here, we're not here alone. We are here with other people. We do things with other people. We talk to people. We don't live alone. When we live here, we go back to our homes. We don't live in isolation. And then when we act, we don't act in isolation. So in this process, what are we doing? We're doing gender. And then that now brings us to the issue of climate change. And I think I was very happy being invited to this because when we talk about mainstreaming gender into what we do, parts of the most important aspects is consciousness raising. Are we being conscientized? And this is what we're seeing here today. We see the gathering of young minds talking about integration of gender into climate action. And then looking at the impacts and how does this affect men and women? How does this affect boys and girls? And then when you look at it at the global scale, we talk about Nigeria's nationally determined contribution and all that. How are we aligning with the world economic powers? How are we contributing this? And then when you look at it at the policy perspective, we have our national policies. Whose voices are we seeing in those policies? Do we need to go back and review those policies to actually see that it encapsulates both the voices of the vulnerable groups, of women, of children, of persons with disabilities, of people living in rural communities? We program in core rural communities. When the temperature was at its highest this year, I was in Michigan for like 3 weeks. So I know what it is. I came back, I was busy treating malaria fever, not knowing that I was not suffering from malaria. I was busy using antibiotics and all that. Then I went to the hospital to test. I tested negative. What happened? I was burnt. My face became so dark. You understand? So now look at it. This is where some people are living. This is where they do their daily, this is where they live every day. They go to work, come back home, and all that. And then when we talk about climate action, the issues is usually around two major things: climate mitigation, then adaptation. So how are these people adapting? Because now we're looking at the context. That's what gender does for us. Gender helps us to look beyond the surface. We are here as human beings, as different gender groups. Are we equal? No. Even beyond, even when you look at the same gender group, we are 3 women seated here. Are we equal? No. Socially and economically, we are not equal. Even physically, we're not equal. So there are a lot of things. So it helps you to see beyond the surface when you're addressing issues, social issues, because here you're able to see the differences inherent in the community. Now you're looking at men, you're looking at women. Then you're looking at their gender roles. Who is responsible for fuel gathering at home? You understand? Fuel for cooking, that's what I meant. We're talking about kerosene, firewood, and all that. There was a particular community I was in, Goodwill. I'll mention the community. That was my first time of experiencing sandstorm this year. And this is where these people live. And then when it comes to gathering fuel for cooking, there's no access to even firewood. We are talking about reducing the carbon footprint. They were not even looking at it from different aspects of the socio-ecological model when you look at the climate action. Because here, if I'm drawing my own socio-ecological model when it comes to climate action, I start from individual to organizations and business entities, then to the states, then the country level, then the global level. Then we're not looking at it from the individual level. How are these people contributing to the carbon footprint? So it's not about just saying, oh, we want to contribute to 20% reduction in emission of carbon dioxide. But at what level? What are the disaggregation at different levels? What are the percent? How are we distributing this reduction? Then, like what I was saying, these women no access to firewood for cooking. Then when you look at their socioeconomic context, they belong to the impoverished group, majority of the women living there. And then you are saddled in an environment whereby you are responsible for cooking for the household. Then you just need to go out and look for fuel to cook. Then they go out to look for cow dungs, dry it, and then use it for cooking. Then today, part of climate action, we talk about briquettes making and all that. So why don't you take this to these communities? You understand? And then again, let's look at the health impact. How is this affecting the health of women and men? It has differential impacts on different gender groups. Okay, I'd like to start. The way you were looking at me, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Please clap for her because she actually has a lot to say. She's a gender expert. And from her experience, it is clear that gender needs us to focus beyond the surface. And if you all will agree with me, we need policies and programs that will represent the vulnerable people and the vulnerable community. Who are the vulnerable people in the community? Who are the most vulnerable people in the community? Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Arinze. You are renewable energy experts. Okay, we would like to know, in your experience with the off-grid energy projects, what will you be able to say is that specific strategies that have proven effective in ensuring that women and marginalized community benefit equally from clean energy initiatives? How will you be able to say that women and marginalized community benefits from clean energy initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question. And thanks to my panelists, other panelists, for your great additions to this discussion. I think it's been brilliant. My mind is racing and beating so fast after receiving this question. And why is it beating so fast? I'll tell you why. It's a very broad question, and there are different ways I could answer it. But I would like to share some stories as a result of that I've come across in the course of my work. One, when I think about women involvement, in clean energy access, and I look at different entry points. One, women as entrepreneurs. You see, when it comes to business, to energy, unlike a couple other issues around climate change, I belong to the school of thought, pardon my thought, that it must be bankable. You talked about the lack of firewood, for example, in the community. Anywhere in the world today, energy is paid for. It is not a social good. It must be paid for. Now the question now comes, if it must be paid for, people cannot afford it. Right? And we're telling people to leave free wood that God has given them, to go and start buying briquettes, or even cooking gel, or even CNG. It's the person that has been able to eat well that can think of doing that one. True or false? Am I communicating? Yes. I love this audience. And so, it also comes with a challenge and yet an opportunity for us. Currently, supporting a program that involves the manufacturing of clean cook stoves. These stoves have a price. There are several mechanisms in this space, and I would share all of this so that if it's going to inspire your mind, now maybe some people in the room may want to start thinking about it. These clean cook stoves is a cleaner alternative than, stay with me, don't bother about the background sound. It's a cleaner alternative than the traditional wood, but it comes at a cost. We've seen a situation where women serve as marketers for these stoves. Not just marketers, producers of these stoves. We have a program that is currently supporting that. And so, with this, what have we seen? Because these women are involved in the making of the stoves, they now see that it is actually a cleaner alternative. They now even believe that it works and it can still help them because they come in together as clusters when they're making it, and after making it, they even use some to cook like jollof rice. I like the example of that Ms. Abiodun gave about jollof rice and firewood. Honestly, I've had that question burning in my mind for a long time. That how does climate change meet me at firewood rice? You know. So, but things are critical. We need to look at entry points. How can we empower women to be entrepreneurs? One, because if it impacts on how they earn, it's going to incentivize them to get involved. That's one. Two, how can we also empower them to be manufacturers of these briquettes? If you check today, most of these briquettes are made from waste. Wood waste, farm waste, paper waste, you name it. So when you look at all of this, there's also a circular economic component to it. Thirdly, there's an opportunity for carbon credits that can be earned. Of course, someone will say, oh, this is for people that went to Harvard. It's a phenomenon that is there today. There are companies now that broker credits, carbon credits. Of course, it's not so popular in this part of the world, in the global south. But I tell you that there are multi-billion-dollar companies today that trade carbon. So I've just given you bankable and financial opportunities or incentives that can help women participate and also transition. Now, fourthly, how can we ensure that we have much more women involved in this? Our advocacy needs to be intensified. So I tell you today that I've seen women who are multi-millionaires trading clean cook stoves. It's a business opportunity. I can tell you today that tons of carbon emissions have been saved as a result of transitioning from traditional cooking methods to clean cooking methods. And what's the last thing I would like to end on? We need to be able to ensure that we tell these stories and increase the awareness. I didn't know about clean cook stove with all the small exposure that I think I have until just very recently when I started seeing samples, right? Energy access is a if you look at the last SDG 7 Global Review report as published by the UN, you see that over 600 million people globally still lack access to energy access. But that's when you're looking at electricity. When you look at the cooking access, it's over 2 billion. And while it may be a problem, it is also an opportunity that can be leveraged for the multi-billion-dollar market that exists today. Lastly, we need to think about skilling and reskilling. A lot of these women do not have formal education. But guess what? You don't need formal education to be able to participate in this. And so that's why I applaud organizations like Oxfam and the organizers of this event to look at this critically and see what are the ways that we can really empower women to learn this skill that has a lot of return in investment, including financial and environmental. Because once these people are trained on briquette making, on stove making, and much more, the problem would solve itself. Because when you put some sort of financial incentive towards addressing this kind of critical problem, I think you would see a faster response, and we'll be on our way to closing that billion number gap that currently exists, not just in Nigeria, even though we have, and in Africa, but globally. Although we have a significant part of this gap in sub-Saharan Africa. But we can do a lot in solving this challenge today by these kind of actions. It takes a multifaceted approach. There's no one angle, there's no one direction to it. This would even create opportunity for train the trainers. Those who would even learn the skill, know how to diffuse it, and get to the grassroots communities and get it done. And get more ambassadors, get more women. And guess what? Imagine today in Nigeria that within the next 2-3 years, that we have just 5 million households transition from traditional cooking methods to clean cooking methods. Just imagine the impact it's going to have in society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Irinze, for that great contribution you've made. And I think you did justice to the question I've asked you. Because a lot of the things he has mentioned here, when turned into policy programs, I think it will go a long way in solving those issues. And I really need to make serious emphasis on the increase, on the need for us to increase on awareness. You don't need any formal education to do that. And equally, people need to know that once we convert from our traditional methods of cooking into clean energy, it's for benefit of everybody. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sam. Okay. We have community engagement expert amidst us today. So I'm going to ask you, ma'am, what has your role or position as a senior special assistant to the president on community engagement? How has that been able to influence your ability to mobilize the community, especially women, to participate effectively in climate action?
Thank you very much for that. So my role doesn't really focus on climate change alone. We focus on all levels of social interventions, specifically federal government projects and plan. So when I resumed my office as a senior special assistant to the president on community engagement last year, so I decided to do a survey about, to know the perception, like my baseline data, so that I can measure my impact of my work after 4 years of our appointment, maybe 8 years. So we did a survey and found out that there's the wide gap of perception about, wide gap of trust, lack of engagement between the government and the people. About 70% of people said they were not really involved in government projects or plan, or they don't even know what the government is doing at the local level. A lot of people also identified that there's a lack of trust between the government. And you know, this lack of trust wasn't just in this administration. It's something that it has been for over 20 years since we changed to democracy. So from the survey reports, I could develop a baseline and say, this is where we are. And for us to change the narrative about how do we engage people to address issues like climate change, to address issues like lack of disconnection with government, so that we can hold citizens accountable and citizens can hold us accountable. We created something called Citizens Assembly, just like National Assembly. It's a grounding where it's a volunteering platform where people, citizens of the North Central regions, people who are settlers or indigenous of North Central regions could sign up to and said, okay, we want to volunteer for Citizen Assembly. Why? We want to have a discussion, we want to improve governance. Governance is not just about who is the president, it's about all levels of governance, be it legislators, be it National Assembly, be it all levels of government, state or local governance. So we received quite a whole lot of volunteers application from youths, most importantly, to join the Citizens Assembly, because we created that as a channel where citizens can engage people in government on day-to-day basis. I can say some of our participants here are also members of our Citizens Assembly, and they could testify for the fact that they could see governance work. There was one of our volunteers that did a video, and it got to my attention of a collapsed bridge in FCT. And he reached out and said, okay, this is a video, he doesn't know what is going on and all that, that they need government intervention. Luckily, he didn't know that I was going to see it. They showed me the video, and the following day, I went to the community and did my own video, calling the attention of the government agency responsible to do that, to come to the aid. And that's how governance work. And now, they already told us that they have already signed the contract for someone that will do the bridge after the rainy season. And that shows how governance work. And that's what the Citizen Assembly, which is an initiative I've created to engage the people about issues pertaining to them. So for instance, we just realized that there are a lot of feedback about drought. From Benue to Kogi to Kwara. I was like, hey, there's rainfall every day in Abuja. So some communities have not seen rainfall for months. And there are communities, North Centrals, where, we are the food basket of this nation. We have farmers everywhere. So now I've prepared a comprehensive report, which I've submitted to the Minister for Agriculture to see the intervention federal government can do. Because it's nobody's fault. We are sharing the same cloud. Now, this is the result of climate change. And you have youth, especially women, who are also part of the people helping us to report, day-to-day challenges, day-to-day activities of what is going on in their community. And they're sending true life pictures of what is in their farm. They send the pictures of their crops, how they are drying off. And that's the power of the citizens. That's the power of the youth. And, they have been doing their own best to see how they can do that to change how the governors respond. And my role as community engagement is to share those feedback to the necessary government agency and say, this is what is going on in this community. Can you do something about it? Now, the minister said that we should submit a comprehensive report in different communities with contact details of farmers association that are currently experiencing the drought, and the federal government is going to find a channel to see how we support all these communities. So that's the power of Citizens Assembly, a channel where you can, engage people in government. I don't dedicate people for the Citizens Assembly. I'm there personally. And this is, some of them felt this is the first time that I even seen government officials at that level engaging citizens on day-to-day basis, because that's what we just want you to believe that, yes, there's something can work, but if you use the power of your voice, power of connecting, collaboration, power of organizing and getting government to work. When I told people, I said, yes, in End Bad Governance protest, we are protesting every day on my platform. You see one say, hey, see my community to send the security alert. And we're working on, security agencies that need to know about this are listening, and we're getting feedback to them and saying, okay, soldiers are in your community now. Because citizens decided not to, I'm not going to sit on the fence and say, okay, government work. And no, it's about the president. Who is the local government chairman? Who is he? Do you know him? We share revenue and allocation to local government on a monthly basis. How are they being spent? When you say governance, governance is not just about who the president is. You have National Assembly, you have the state, you have the judiciary, you have all levels of government. So my own is to get feedback from citizens and using that feedback to channel change, to bring about change. Another instance was when one of the members of Citizen Assembly, quite a whole lot of them, said they wanted to apply for the federal government fund, Nigerian Youth Investment Fund, and they couldn't register. They couldn't go ahead because they needed an organization or a youth that has a registered business. And for that, you can't go further. So we had to write. I even moved from my office, went to the CAC Registrar General and said, this is a problem. Our youth needs to register for this fund. And they don't have registered businesses. They've been doing fantastic businesses, but there are so many middlemen and bottlenecks. You have lawyers saying, no, bring this so I will register your business and all that. So we don't want those middlemen. And the Registrar General accepted and said, okay, we even give you a discounted rate, and that's the process we are going through now, to get a discounted rate for our youth. I'm sponsoring over 100. Thank you. I'm sponsoring over 100 applications for my office to pay for the youth to register their businesses. Because if the federal government is giving grant and you don't have a registered business, there's no way they can track and monitor who gets what. Because once you don't have a registered business, you can't open a bank account. You can't get grants. You can't get anything. So that's why we've taken it upon ourselves across, not only in North Central, across Nigeria, to get a database of youth who have legitimate businesses and want to register their businesses with CAC. No middleman, no bottleneck, no lawyer, nobody. It's CAC that will address that themselves. So this is a story of change, of how we are organizing and changing the narrative about governance. And that's what I'm even bringing up to everyone. If a member of the North Central region or you live within any state, engage, come and protest on our platform every day. Because we have the presence of government in our platform. We are ready to listen. We want you to even share your feedback with us and we'll dialogue together. Some of the time they share reports and say, okay, is this the work of the federal government, or is this the work of the state government, or is this the work of the local government? And we address it. When you have issues that there's no primary school, it's not the work of federal government. Your local government should deal with that. Primary health care is not the work of federal government. Your local government should deal with that. Your street load community lights, street lights is not the work of federal government, it's the work of your local government. Yes. Right? How are you faring? What's the cost of food? Yeah, we come. You have removed soil subsidy, we are talking about it. But when we remove soil subsidy, we share the excess amount that we recover to all your governors to also see how they can change the narrative. Are we asking questions? 20 trailers of rice were shared to all the state governors. Did you share? Did you see it? One trailer of rice is 600 bags. Times 20 has gotten to your state already. Fertilizers have been distributed to some of your governors to share. Did you receive that? So that's what we discuss on our citizens platform. For people to share, a lot of feedbacks have been shared, and they are happy to get responses from the government. It's not the time of politics. We are here for governance. Most of the people on my citizen platform are not for my political party because we don't do politics on my citizens assembly. We are purely governance. If you are ready to address issues, and you are ready as a volunteer to change the narrative in your community, be it climate change or anything, then work with us to do it. Because we are organizing and changing narratives. Thank you.
I expected us to celebrate her much better. Because sincerely, it is always difficult for us to get people who are sitting in government offices to come to the youth, to the midst of youth, and give us accountable reasons how things are going there. Ma'am, I want to commend you for a job well done. I never wanted to mention it that there is need for the youth to follow her on LinkedIn or social media handles, because there was the point she made clear that I wanted to share with all of us when she said she used her office to register over 100 companies, business companies for the youth. That was when I followed her on LinkedIn. I was like, giveaway has been taking place and I have not participated though. So please, it's always right for us to have people who have the young people at heart. And you can see how she has been taking charge and talking about her part as a community engager. She has been doing excellently well. I'm not here to praise her at all. I'm only telling us because if we sit down here and talking about climate, what we need this, we need, and no government personnel is here, government person is here to take note of it and to forward it up. We are just talking rubbish. We actually need people who are in power to sit amidst us, hear our cry, and represent us at the top. Please, let's appreciate her. Thank you very much, ma. Well done. Okay, over to you, ma'am. We would like to hear, we have been talking about gender this, gender that, gender-sensitive approaches. So it's time, I think it's time we hear from you. How does gender-sensitive approaches enhance effective participation of climate change intervention? How does gender-sensitive approaches, how do they affect positively to climate change interventions? We want to know how it plays its role there.
Okay, thank you for that question. Thank you. Okay, so when we talk about gender-sensitive approaches in interventions, policies, programs. I also include practices. So we're looking at it from two perspectives. So a project, a program, a policy, or practices is either gender blind. Pardon me for using that gender blind. I use inclusive languages, but when it comes to programming, so we use that. So it's either it is gender blind or it is gender aware. But when we're now saying that our programs are gender blind, here, that means we're not taking into consideration anything that has to do with gender issues. So we just go all out, then we're just implementing the project. We're not looking at the implication that this project or this intervention we have on different gender groups. Women, men, boys, girls, then with an intersectional lens too. Here, you're looking at different groups within this, women, men, boys, gender, and then you're also looking at other groups, like the PWDs, like people that live in rural communities, underserved communities and all that. And then when you now come to the other way, to the other side, gender aware. So when I tell you that program is gender aware, now that it's gender aware, it has a full continuum. Here, you see that it's gender exploitative. Here, you know that there are gender differences. But we now leverage on those gender differences to achieve our goal, on those inequalities to achieve our goal. We are not attempting to change anything. We see it more from an advantageous position for us, like maybe as an easy way for us to achieve what we want to achieve on this project. And then if we're looking at then another one, if it's not exploitative, it's gender accommodating. Here we know, but we are accommodating these differences in what we do. We're not influencing any change. We are maintaining the status quo of that inequality. And then if we say it's gender sensitive, that's the third one. Here it is gender sensitive. Maybe some level of gender assessment was conducted, or at the baseline survey, we integrated some questionnaires that ask questions around gender differences for us to gather information. But when we're designing the project, we did not actually integrate this into the design of this project. The activities, the implementation processes, the monitoring and evaluation processes. Then, and here, we're not trying to, we now said, okay, let's add, maybe when I come into this hall in the morning, when I came into this hall in the morning, I saw more males than females, I saw more females than males. I said, like, where are the males? Let's add more males. So maybe next time we're planning an activity, we now give a quota or a target. We need so number of representation of males, so number of representation of males or females. But now we're not looking at the level of participation. So are they participating at the lowest level of the rung? Are they just here to mark the attendance and go? So that when funders comes, we're able to present a register to them, activities register. That, oh, we've been so gender sensitive in activities. We had all activities and all that where we bring women there, and so number of women were there. So were their voices actually being heard in those activities? Were they just there, seated and listening and not contributing to what is being said? Then another one is the gender transformative. So like what you asked. So we're looking at it from the, not just even climate action, maybe even women economic empowerment on its own political space, different health and education, different sectors. Here, you are transforming attitudes. You want a change. You are questioning the status quo. You are able to, maybe everything about gender is evidence-based. I can't just come here and tell you that there's gender inequality. What do I have to present to you to show that there is actually an inequality? How are you sure that I'm not just speaking from my own biases as a woman in Nigeria? You understand? And then it's here, you're able to question the situation. You're able to question so many things. You're looking at roles, socio-cultural roles, gender division of, cultural division of labor. You're looking at decision-making, and you're looking at different aspects. At what level is this person participating? At what level is this person even able to, at what level are these people's voices being heard? At what level is this activity responding to the needs of this group or the other group? And here, beyond the questioning, you are changing things. You are changing the status quo. You are transforming attitudes. You are transforming the way we do things. You want more voices. You want more persons. And here, you're looking even beyond the relationship between men and women, boys and girls. You are looking at other inequalities that is inherent in different groups. And you are looking at how to address all these issues. So, okay, I give an example of a village where when you talk about desertation, encroachment, and all that, they're experiencing it. And then when you talk about socioeconomic inequality, they're there. And when you talk about stereotypes, gender stereotypes, so many things, they are there. You are in a place whereby women are not even seen to go to school. Women are not even seen to participate in the economic sector, to work. I've been in some communities whereby through VSLA, Village Service and Loans Association program, you understand, a woman was so happy, saying that this is the first time she will ever hold, because they usually have a share out at the end of the 12th month or 10th month. Then, by the time she got her share out of 90,000 naira, she was dancing, and if you see this happiness in her, and then to her, it was about, I didn't even know that a woman can earn an income. Then, you know, all these activities also enhance social cohesion. Because there are so many of them that does not even know their next door neighbor. So you're coming from a place whereby you're not even allowed to go out. You're not even allowed to do so many things. And then we're bringing in interventions, climate change interventions and all that. Then there's power in information. Who are those that they are the information girls to first? Is it the men or the women? Is it the boys or the girls? Is it the elites in that community or the poor? Is it the rich? You know, you are looking at different groups. Who are those that have access to that information first? And also for those that have the access to that information first, how were they passing that information to other groups in their community? So are they passing it in a way that, you know, in a God, they said, maybe from, let me take this cue from philosophical class, everyone is egoistic, one way or the other. I'll give an example. I'm a Christian. Jesus came to win souls to God, to his Father in heaven. So when we do things, we do some things in a way that we want to accumulate some interest, our own personal interest too. So then when this information has been passed, I did pass it in a way that, in an equitable way, let me use that. And then when opportunities also arise to participate in all these actions, most women don't even know what you call, people beyond women, even men. We were developing community development plan. Then we had the community people, we brought them together to vote for different sectors. And then wanted to know the ones that are most important to them, that whenever we bring in intervention, this is the one we will first address. Then everyone they saw climate change, they saw gender, they saw social protection. They left all those ones. They were going to food and hunger. Yes. Then they saw insecurity. We only had like 10, when we have like 150 votes for something like food. The major votes went to food and hunger. You understand? But what is this telling you? There's a knowledge gap. How did we arrive at that food and hunger issue? One, climate change crisis influenced it. Even when you're talking about insecurity, we have climate change-induced insecurity issues. Then when you come to the aspect of gender, unequal relations and all that, when women are not even allowed to even go to their farms to farm, is it the women that will go? Then issues of inheritance. How many women even have access to the productive resources? And at what level? And who is determining it? Then what transformative gender-sensitive intervention does is that it looks at all these substitutes. So it's not just about going direct into the community. And then starting with consciousness raising, awareness raising on climate change. What is climate change? Climate change is this, climate change is that. So if you're integrating gender transformative approach into it, it's a first question. Even when we organize these meetings, will the women be able to participate? who will be able to participate. So it will first work towards allowing the groups, every group, to be able to participate. So that you're not just organizing those meetings and then it's only men, it's only boys, it's only educated women that are able to participate. Then another thing is, if we're bringing maybe introduction of briquettes making and all that, another question is, will the people that this gender role are being accrued to be able to learn the act of making this briquettes making at the community level? So that's what gender, it looks beyond just the goal or even the activities that we help in arriving at that goal. It looks at underlying conditions that will enable that environment for you to be able to achieve those goals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for that powerful contribution to the question. Because in gender, a man cannot represent a woman, and a woman cannot represent a man. Because the men do not know the women's needs. Likewise, the women, they don't know what the men need. So I think if both people will be allowed to come together and represent their gender, we will always arrive at sustainable solutions to all the problems we are facing. Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Stifat, as a communication expert, I've heard you talk earlier, you've talked about how we can make use of all the formal platforms that we have in order to create awareness and equally advocate. So please, can you be able to tell us how can we be able to come to put together public relations and digital communications? How can we be able to harness them in order to advocate for climate, for gender-responsive climate policies and programs, both at the local and the national level?
Okay, thank you very much. First off, I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the Honorable SSA. Please put your hands together for her. I mean, we have 6 of them. I'm not comparing though, but I follow her activities, you know, just before she was announced. Somehow I noticed I was following her on Twitter to her announcement until date. Anyone that follows her via any of these platforms, social media platforms, will attest to the fact that she's engaging with her community. And that's what is expected. And for an initiative like the Citizens Assembly is laudable. This is what the people want. We want to be able to connect with the people governing us. And that's why the president appointed her. And that's what she's doing. So thank you very much and keep up the good work. How can we leverage public relations, digital communications, you know, to enhance issues of gender and climate, even with policies? Let me start with digital communication. Every one of us here has a phone. Yes or yes? We all have phones. So it then means that each and every one of us is engaged in digital communication. It then means that each and every one of us can leverage on these digital platforms to advocate for policy change, for policy improvement, you know, as they relate to gender, as they relate to climate. Now, let me start with the story. I work for Connected Development. And how Connected Development started, follow the money. Basically, is the young man saw a challenge on the news. A community in Zamfara, children are dying. And he picked up the challenge, went to the ministries, environment, health, to ask questions. And didn't get any concrete response. And Hamza Lawal traveled to Zamfara for the first time to the community where this artisanal mining is ongoing. And he did interviews, took pictures, you know, made videos, came back to Abuja together with some of his friends, started amplifying the conversation on Twitter, on Facebook. You know, then it was Facebook that was very, very trending, but well, thank God for Twitter. leverage these platforms, digital communication platforms. And in 24, 48 hours, Save by Giga was trending. And international media, what's happening in Nigeria? Why are these people? And that's how stations began calling, began reaching out. What's happening, right? And it got the then president to release quite a number, a wholesome, for intervention to that community just by leveraging social media. He didn't know anybody in government. He didn't know anybody in that community, just passion. So, guys, this is what I'm saying. You have passion for climate issues. You have passion for gender issues. We have stories of people, human angle stories in our communities, around us, that are specific to these issues. How are we telling them, with the digital communication platforms that we have? How are we telling these stories? The only thing we know how to do most times, it's fine, it's beautiful. It takes fine picture, fine selfie, out for today, I'm eating lunch. How are we using it, to drive conversation? How are we using it to report? This is what I saw. I mean, she made mention, someone in a community saw a bridge and he took pictures and posted, right? So what are we doing when we go to around us? There is one woman that is, going through a lot because of the economic situation around her. How are you telling her story? Some years back, a journalist, met a woman in Jos. She's a stone crusher and got interested in her story and did a documentary about her. That documentary aired on Al Jazeera. And for me, when you talk about international media organization, you cannot call 5 media organizations, you don't have Al Jazeera there. And she heard the story of that woman on that platform. And the life of that woman changed, immediately from telling that story. So how are we humanizing what we tell on social media? Oh, for instance, my community, I'm from Lantang North. So some part of Southern Plateau right now, for about a month, there has not been rain. Crops are dying. I mean, my old man, thinking of retirement, when I got a very big plot of land and planted, maize there. To God be the glory, it's almost drying up. So how are we telling these stories? What I'm trying to say, how are we telling, how best do we tell stories? So we need to master the act of storytelling, right? And when you do your storytelling, who are the humans involved? How is it affecting that woman that is frying akara on the street? How is climate change affecting that young man that he just want to come and work on the farm and get paid, but right now the farmlands are dried, so he cannot even go and do that again. So how best can we use digital communication? Humanize your stories, tell stories, don't just make posts. You're a content creator, please create content that address core issues that affect people. It's amazing, virtually everybody in Nigeria now is a great content creator. When you go on TikTok, you see people with thousands of followers, right? But how are you using those platforms, right, to tell stories of people that are being affected? Even you as a person, you are affected, with these gender issues, one way or the other. So first off, we need to master the act of storytelling and humanize our stories even as we leverage on this platform. Another thing, right, for us in public relations, we believe it's about brand management, right? And brand management has a lot, of things involved in it. What most people look at public relation most times is that it's promotion. Promotion is a bit of what it is. So as communication, PR professionals, how best do you, brand things? this is happening, beyond wanting to put it in a good light, how do you, put out reality? Most times we just want to cover up the thing, let it look fancy, let it look appealing to the people. But beyond looking fancy and beyond looking, beyond it being appealing to the people, how is it telling the reality? And how is that reality able to convert, into policies and programs that will affect the people and that will bring change? Thank you. Just before you clap, thank you. Digital campaigns, right? Digital campaigns. Amazing what we did. Young people came out to protest, right? Yeah, it's your right. It's our right. Everybody. But how best are we using digital platforms to run, advocacies and campaigns specific? We can achieve a lot, by just sitting here. We are called keyboard warriors, right? But as keyboard warriors, can you please convert, that energy into advocating, right? Decide on a cause you want to run. Oh, I want to run on this cause. You want to advocate for this thing. Want to support the government to do this. Oh, want to support. Identify and then run with it. Thank you very much.
Excellent, sir. Thank you very much for that wonderful contributions you've made today. Indeed, social media is a very powerful tool because almost everybody is on social media. We can equally, as young people, use our social media handles to advocate for what we stand for. Thank you very much. Over to you now, Mr. Arindze. Please, how can partnership between governments, private sectors, and civil society organizations enhance gender responsive to climate policies and programs?
Okay, thank you so much for this question. I'll try to keep it very short. I know that we have way behind, and so that the panelists of the next session will not leave the room.
Yes, sorry. Please, we can start taking down our questions. The panelists will attend to them after the session. Thank you.
Excellent. So I think one thing is critical. Every country has its clear-cut objectives that it wants to achieve. Some of these challenges have a global dimension to them, but also a national, and even much more granular if you go local, regional, and state, and even local government. Some of these challenges have that level of that sort of breakdown. And so one of the things that the SSA said to the president was, I got into office, I did a survey. You can't address a problem that you don't know or you don't identify. So it's critical that we're able to identify these challenges, know who does what. There's a role that you and I have to play in ensuring that we achieve the Nigeria that we seek. While speaking to government and holding government accountable, there's also a role that you and I must play for the Nigeria that we seek. So what is the role of the citizen on this, in that objective? What's the role of state government? What's the role of local government? Recently, we saw in the news that local governments have been given some sort of autonomy to receive their funds directly. That was real news, right? Not fake news. Journalists will know these terms, malinformation, misinformation, and the rest of them. So that was true news. What did that singular action do? It gave local governments, like you heard it earlier, you go in advanced countries, you don't need to bother yourself around, the street lights are not working in your community. There are a lot of these things that there's even a local council office that even if you need some sort of subsidy, I've seen people talk about the situation where there was a particular time there was hike in their electricity bill, and they went to their local government offices or their local council offices, and they got some rebate. In fact, someone who was narrating this experience of a particular Western country, I don't want to call the name, said, I went with evidence of my levies to the council, and said, see, I've been coming through for you, council, you must come through for me. That was literally what he meant by that action. And guess what? For that, for a period of, for a couple months, the council gave 60%, was paying 60% of his energy bill, and he paid 40. So there's that level of engagement that needs to happen with those. We keep on saying grassroots, and we undermine the power of the grassroots. But again, maybe because we think that everything comes from Aso Rock. So there has to be that level of engagement where everybody knows that, see, we are leading you. Just like how you say the traditional rulers have closer proximity to their people in the communities. That is literally what it is. The buck doesn't just end in Abuja and Lagos. And it's important that we recognize that. So what is the role of every person, every stage of government in all of this? When we've identified those goals, once we've identified the roles of each person, then what is our action plan? For me, I don't just believe in just taking action. I believe in monitored action. And so why do we need to monitor in the first place? If we're taking action, when we monitor, we'll know whether we're achieving our goals and whatever actions we are taking, whether it's leading us to the end result. If we are not, stop and let us change. We would learn on the job, but it's important that we at least begin to take steps today. My thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Because we are running out of time, in a minute or two, in a minute or two, I understand that we actually have a lot to say about this topic, but we really need to make it as snappy as possible. What role does community engagement play in developing and implementing successful gender-sensitive policies and programs?
Okay, thank you very much. So for any policies to really have the necessary input, then you must have feedback from different stakeholders. So for instance, when the National Assembly say we are reviewing the 1999 Constitution again and again and again, they'll go to different regions for town hall meetings, meeting with the stakeholders, the different groups, direct voices and concerns for them to share their concerns. And that's what they use to form the bedrock of any policy or law or constitution or framework. So that you can't rule out engagement. But you know, some people do engagement on their decks, and you can do it in different ways. You know, they do it on their decks and say their desktop research and all that, getting views from people, which is also valid. And you know, but you know, the main one, which we don't want to leave anyone behind, because the people that we govern also need to have their voice. So for our citizens assembly platform, we're doing it in both on ground and online, so that the people who don't have the platform or don't have the means to join online can also, their inputs can be, can be carried along, can be included in whatever discussion we are doing. So as much as we are also leveraging on the social media platform, which gives us a wider coverage, we should also not forget the traditional main media platform where everybody, you know, be it people living with disability, be it different voices or hard to reach people, can also, their input can be get. So you can't rule out community engagement in what you need for policy framework. If you want a robust policy that can be sustainable, and can bring about value change.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that wonderful.
And I finish in 2 minutes.
For keeping to time, thank you very much. Okay, now back to you, Ma. How can organizations like Oxfam better support local communities in integrating gender-sensitive approaches to climate adaptation and mitigation efforts?
Okay, so how many minutes do I have?
In a minute or two. We are running out of time. Thank you.
Okay, so I would say that's what Oxfam has been doing. In most cases, they will call us, if they want to write Oxfam, some people write FARM, F-A-R-M, farm. That is. So we work in the communities, fine. But what we do, like what she said, identifying your major stakeholders in your interventions, and who are the major stakeholders, and how do you even identify the major stakeholders? We talk about evidence-based issues around gender, even not only gender, anything you want to do. Then we conduct assessments, baseline assessments, before we even go into the community. to know what is existing. What do we need to address and all that? And then as an organization, so I always call us a feminist organization because that's what we are. We are guided by feminist principles, and then we don't joke with anything that has to do with gender. So we have both gender standalone projects and programs, as well as gender mainstream programs. And by gender mainstream programs, I'm talking about every other project and every other thing that we do. So we make sure that gender is intentionally mainstreamed into them. And then by mainstreaming it into them, then I think it starts with analysis, gender analysis. I don't joke with it. How do you identify the problems? How do you identify the inequalities? How do you bring justification into it? It also helps in informing your design of those interventions. Who do you need to meet? Who actually needs this response? Who actually needs this assistance? And then how do you even garner the voices? How are you not reintegrating the inequality that is already there by doing your work? And then why doing that? Then there's also, it is important, capacity building, training, tailoring your training to the needs of these people you're working with. And then again, it spoke about curriculum. Please, we need to review our curriculums, our academic curriculums in this country. We are here discussing climate change, action, and all that. Does our children in the elementary school, does our brothers and sisters in these different levels of schools, elementary, secondary, tertiary institutions, are they being exposed to this knowledge? Are they being taught? Do they even understand what is made by climate change? When we're talking about climate change issues, when we're talking about gender, when we're talking about social protection, other related issues, do they even have an understanding of this? So how do we integrate? I think when I was in the university, that was when Ife Modakeke was at war with each other. And then, what's it called? There's this course on security issue. I'm trying to understand. I think it started in UI in Nigeria. Peace and conflict. Was integrated into our general studies. Our GST 101, GST 102. And you must pass it before you can graduate from that school. So why are we not looking at integrating these core areas into academic curriculum? Our children, they are being taught civic education. So why don't we have something like gender? Gender is cross-cutting. When you're doing this, you're talking about, why don't we have something like climate change? Climate change on its own is huge. It's cross-cutting, it's about us. Gender is an art of living. You can't do it alone, you do it with others, you do it every day. And then climate change, where do we live? We live on the surface of the earth. What do we need? We need so many things. You understand? So why do we integrate all this? And then at the community level, why do we also need to tailor our learnings. We also need to tailor our capacity strengthening activities to the right people. So I'll stop here, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shua. Thank you for that insightful opinion. Please, over to you now, Mr. Sifat. You've been engaging in different diverse communities. So from your experience now as a grassroots mobilizer, what are your key challenges and opportunities in engaging with those communities, especially women?
Okay, thank you. I will focus more on the opportunities because of time, right? So first off, one of the opportunities, you know, as you do your grassroots advocacy and engagement, is that it builds credibility. I did something little last year in my community in the village, and when I went for Christmas, I was a local celebrity, right? And people were open to hearing from me. Women. Around March, I lost my grandma, and I went back to the village for burial. And our house was just filled up. And we just began inquiring what's happening. And most of the women that came there was because we sponsored their children, you know, back to school, and they saw it as a thing to identify with me, and they were there. So one of the advantages, one of the opportunities that lies in grassroots engagement is that it builds credibility. Whenever you go back to that community, they see you as a reference point. So you become, quote and unquote, an authority, right? And if you have that authority over them, you can, carry some of these complex issues and teach them, and expose them to these things, so they get an opportunity to learn, to become better. So another thing, opportunity that lies, with grassroots engagement is that you are able to galvanize, local support. So with that, whatsoever you have, it makes you so you can easily develop a bottom-up approach for any project you're doing, anything you're doing, and it strengthens it and it becomes better. Lastly, I will say, whatever we are doing, as we have all of this conversation, as we engage, please let's engage, let's involve ourselves in government. This is my opinion to each and every one of us. Let's involve ourselves with government. One of the things why the Honorable SSA is doing very well, I may say, is because she has a background, from the development sector, right? So guys, involve in government. Get a political party, be a card-carrying member of a political party, involve in political processes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, can we appreciate our panelists much better? Thank you very much for bringing in your expertise and experience to share with us. We sincerely appreciate. Okay, I understand that there is a video that will be played to further strengthen the discussion from the panelists. The media. Okay, when we are done. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. We sincerely appreciate you all.
So when River Benue and River Niger overflowed her banks, it all affected us down because it's a delta area. The damages is so much. My name is Mrs. Rebecca Takupa Isagwa. I'm from Oshimili South of Delta State of Nigeria. I found potatoes and vegetables and yam and cassava, then some tree crops. I sell these products that I mentioned in the market. I sell them to raise school fees for my children as a widow. That is the means of my living. I take some to orphanages. That is part of my humanitarian work towards humanity. Climate change have done a lot of harm to us, we the rural farmers. The moment there is flooding, we all lost all our crops, and we don't have vast land like people from the north, where you can go to upper lands and start your farming activities. Even a major rains used to cover our lands before the flood will now come. It makes life so difficult. Most especially we the rural women. We don't even have access to large land. They will give you a portion just for vegetables, nothing else. But I'm lucky the lands that my husband left for me is what I'm using. I farm by the bank of River Niger. It's just a throw to River Niger. It's a yearly event. We used to lose our crops that rainy season. The terrain is so bad. The experience is just terrible. Most of us have relocated to various parts of the states that have upper land. We that don't have anywhere to go, we're still battling with the cases of climate change. The means that I've taken to solve this is by going into dry season farming. And the challenges we have during dry season farming is farm implements like water pumps. Here, they don't have that idea of that dry season farming we have in the north, I introduced it to the women here. But the major challenge here, they don't have capitals. So I used one water pump. I introduced cluster farming. If today we water this woman's farm with my water pump, then another group we buy fuel, they will contribute like 200, they will buy fuel. That is how we sustain ourselves. We will love to have solar pumps, improve seed that can, from planting to harvest, let it be like 3 months. We'll be very grateful. The rural woman needs help. We need help because without that help, we have nowhere to go. During the times of politics, they will come to the village. They will only empower the youth with machines and keke. They don't care about the female farmers. To them, it's the men that are doing the farming. Well, it's the rural woman that does the farming. I prefer the dry season farming. If I will be helped, I will go into fully dry season farming. Is the way out in that terrain where I find myself.
All right. I can see most of our panelists just left, but that was a very robust panel session. I learned a lot, and I wanted to give them feedback, but they've left already. Anyway, so what we just watched now was a video displaying the real effect, practical effect of climate change, as you can see on the life of the farmers in Niger State, and this was a documentary by Oxfam in Nigeria. And right now we're going to have, okay, we've done the video showcase. We're going to be calling on stage the members of the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors to just come up briefly, share, introduce the organization to us, what they do, and their role in sustainable development. So I'll be calling on board the members. Okay, so it's a video. All right, for the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors.
Through the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors, the ASDG project has provided a platform for youth to be able to voice out and continue to advocate.
And we also see this as an opportunity to engage, involve the youth, because for us, the future belongs to the youth. And climate justice, involving youth is just being just, because the future belongs to the youth. So it is about time they were deeply involved in negotiations, in engagement, in actions, and even decision-making around climate change or climate-related issues.
These issues are eminent and we can see them visibly. So we have come together as young people collectively to continue to advocate, and this is a movement that will grow over time, bringing in young people to speak up, to advocate, and to proffer innovative solutions to these challenges. We have just done, which is the theme for this year's Earth Day, Planet versus Plastic.
Plastics are non-degradable. They don't decompose. And so when people discard them, what happens is that
we don't have another world. We're all going to be here. We're all going to be here. So we want to do our best to make sure that we protect what we have. We protect the earth that we have. And it's everybody's responsibility.
If we're saying that we're environmentalists, then it must be seen is where we stay, the places where we move around to, and we want to stop until that difference is made.
World Earth Day!
Towards a sustainable future!
Oxfam in Nigeria, ASDG project!
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors of Nigeria. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again. So we are CJYA, which stands for Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors, and I'll be giving a brief background about the group. The Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors is a youth network launched under the auspices of Oxfam. Sorry, my Sorry, please. The Climate Justice Youth Ambassador is a youth network launched under the auspices of the African Activists for Climate Justice Project, with the goal of mobilizing young people from across Africa to advocate for climate justice towards fostering sustainable development. The CJYA was birthed after young people from across Nigeria participated in the Oxfam Green Challenge, a competition organized by Oxfam in Nigeria to showcase young people creative solutions towards combating climate change. In a bid to collectively mobilize these vibrant young people to foster more actions together, the Climate Justice Ambassadors was initiated. The network was officially launched by the Honorable Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas, on the 5th of June 2024, organized in Abuja, Nigeria. The CJYA is currently composed of 100 members from across 36 states of Nigeria, including the FCT. So I'll be giving my colleague the ground to tell you more about the mission and vision of this honorable group. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. My name is Musa Ibrahim. I'm a member of the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors Network. I'm going to consolidate on what my colleague have already mentioned, which is the background of the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors Program. So basically, our mission is to mobilize Nigerian youths towards advancing climate justice and sustainable development by fostering locally led climate action and positively influencing climate change and environmental policies at subnational, national, and regional, as well as global levels. The vision of the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors Program is a vision whereby we have a society where youth are at the forefront of climate justice issues in Nigeria and are actively ensuring an equitable and inclusive sustainable development for all. At the moment, we have a wide reach of over 100 members across 32 states of Nigeria. And we are using this opportunity to call on other young and enthusiastic young individuals that are passionate about climate justice issues to use this opportunity to reach out to us after this speech so that we can bring them to this network and be able to foster sustainable development and inclusive growth for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Social justice. Social justice. No social justice.
No woman. No woman. Act now. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for our Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors. So can we call you people, can we add ambassador in front of your name? Ambassador. Huh? Okay. Please give them another round of applause. All right. Okay, so I feel like we've been talking. Before we go to the next part of this event, I would like to pick out maybe two groups. remember the networking exercise we did, right? Hope you've not forgotten your partners and what your partner told you. You come here and start asking what's your partner's name. Look now, look in the room quickly. Try to remember the person you spoke to and what they told you. Because I want us to do it again. So I want to get volunteers. I don't want to pick myself. So just 2 people, you come out with your partner, just share your name, what you do, what the person does, and how you guys found the link between your SDGs. Are we ready? Are we ready? 2 volunteers. 2 volunteers. Okay, I can see one hand there. Okay. Another. It's like it's only these climate justice youth people that want to sit at the table. The other people are just here to take a picture and post on LinkedIn. Excited to announce. Let me not shake the table. Let me. Pleased to announce that I was. Anyway, okay, so I saw one person there. Yeah, I think you're the one that I saw. Your hand, I can't even miss you. Okay, so the 2 of you, are you guys a pair or you have your own pair, right? You have your own pair. Also, quickly, please come to the front. No, it's not you with the pink. Yes, you with the climate justice shirt, yes. And the person, you with white, yes. Please, very quickly, just come out. As you see them come, if they're your partner, just be coming out with them. Let's not waste time. Just 1 minute. Share your name, what you do, and how you guys found the link. Sharp. Okay, the ones in white came out first. Please, let's encourage them with a round of applause. Welcome. You remember the first time it was women that came out to share. Now the men, this gender what? Gender what? No, we've balanced it now. The first time it was women that were coming out. Now the men are coming out. Oh yeah, let's go.
All right, my name is Kiso Simon. I'm a CEO of Go Green Watch Nigeria, where water, hygiene, and sanitation, climate change as well. But I do mostly on environment, cleanness, awareness, and all of that. Currently running a project on end openification. How can you defecating the open can cause an effect to people, the children, the women who are also highly dangerous can contact infection as a result of practice of open defecation. So also look at how can we have a clean water for the communities in rural areas and all of that. So that's what I do for now. I met a friend here who basically is into waste management.
What's his name?
Mr. Chris.
Is that your name? Yes. You are sure? Okay.
So Mr. Chris can take over from there.
So Mr. Chris, very quickly, what do you do?
Okay, I work with Localization. It's an NGO, Eco Research and Resource Center. So we sensitize people on trying to change the way our climate is now and how to manage their waste too. So we target schools, want to catch them young. So once you catch the students, they can be able to teach their parents. So that's where we're focused now, going to schools, teaching the students the impact of human activities in our climate. So that's just particularly what.
So what's now the link, you people?
Okay, I think both of us are aligned on SDG 13. Yeah, thanks.
The link with both of us is we're all working on environment, especially on waste management, while we talk about hygiene, water, and sanitation. So sanitation linked with waste management because if you throw a paper in the open, it blocks the drainage, and when the rain falls, the erosion interrupted and enter the environment, and result of that brings sickness to the people.
And that's what I wanted to hear. So you people now know. So he's CEO. You people now form something together. Remember when you start getting grants? 10%.
Yeah, I think I've already taken it because we'll have a project though. So I think there'll be a collaboration.
You see, they're already doing projects. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. The second group, please come up very quickly. Where are they? I mean, they've backed out. Okay. Please come up very quick. Please, let's give them some ginger. Is your partner shy? You know, one of the reasons why I did that networking session was, it's very good when partners are in sustainable development. I was thinking, we'll have some sustainable love. But I'm just seeing that the women were talking to the women, the men were talking to the men. You people did not. Oh, it's fine. All right. So, is it just now you people are networking? It's now.
We just rubbing minds.
Rubbing minds, okay.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon,
You
everyone.
need a refresher.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abubakar Idris Sadiq, one of the Climate Justice Youth Ambassadors. I met with Anthony Emmanuel. He's working on...
Is that your name, Anthony?
Yes.
You are sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, that's my name.
He's working on reduced inequalities. And my organization, Mission for Impact, works on the SDG 13, which is climate change. And I told him that what we do basically is we reached out to disadvantaged and the vulnerable communities at the grassroots, because we believe that the people in the grassroots are really the ones at the tail end and suffer most when it comes to climate issues. So I told him that at the Rural Rebel, we reached out to schools where we established climate clubs. The climate clubs is we introduce some of these young students to climate issues, how it affects their lives, most especially when it comes to the future. So the linking point between us and, or let me just say the nexus is reduced inequality, talks about inclusion, talks about reducing inequality, most especially people with disability, people who are the most vulnerable. And then the consequences of climate changes, of course, it's most devastating to people who are really disabled. They are the most affected community. So I think working together with him is going to give a very green light for the future and those people who live with disability. For example, let me just give an example. If there is a flooding case now, people who with disability, they will suffer most than the people who live with full potentials.
He's good. He is good. Please, can you clap for him? Actually, that is what we do. I work with Potter's Gallery Initiative. I'm the program manager, and we work with people with disability. And according to their link, good education. So we can link the, people with disability, everything affects them. And we say 10% of the thing that affects the normal people affects them. So starting from the environment, climate change, education, access to everything. So I told him all those things, and he has re-echoed all those things to the house. I think we can clap for him again. Thank you so much, Mr. Idris.
If they clap for you,
finally,
I don't need their clap.
One amazing thing, he told me that whenever we're going to some of these communities, I should call him so that he can go together with us.
You remember
I promise that.
You have promised. Okay, promise before everybody. All right, it's a round of applause for the both of them. Thank you so much. Those of you that need refresher before you leave, still meet somebody that is not in your field. Find out how you guys can work together. All right, so we're about to have our workshop session. And this workshop is one of the reasons why I actually accepted to be here. But before then, thank you for mentioning the inequalities and the people with disabilities. Yesterday, I gave a shout out to the organizers online for bringing the sign language interpreters. And unfortunately, today, I know see them. What happened? They not come today. But yesterday, I was really impressed with that because aside climate action, I also do reduce inequalities. I'm actually an interpreter myself. So a sign language interpreter, so I work with deaf people a lot. And I was so impressed that they were included yesterday. I don't know why they're not included today, but let's still give them half clap for yesterday. Half. That clap is sounding full. Half clap for including, yes. So let's clap for them the way we clap, deaf people clap, like this. So thank you for including yesterday. And please include in the next session. All right. Now I'm about to fangirl because one of the reasons I accepted to be here was because of the person handling the workshop. You know, when you're looking at somebody, your mentor in the field, and you're not in the same room with the person, that's the way I feel. So for today's workshop, we're going to be having a phenomenal lady who is going to be taking this workshop for the next few minutes. The topic is climate negotiation training for youth and media by Loretta Boniface. But before I introduce her on board, right, how many of you want to go to COP? Somebody say, what's COP? I heard it. Somebody say, what's COP? Okay, you ask what's COP. Okay, now everybody say, okay, who wants to say what COP is? Not CUPO, not COP. Okay, who wants to explain what COP is? The one that Toke Makinwa went for in Dubai. Okay, who wants to explain COP? Conference of the parties. It happens every year, usually at the end of the year. That's, all the countries will gather, talk about what they've done so far, nationally determined goals, everything, climate related, and all of that. So it happens every year. This year is going to be the 29th year. And the country is happening. I cannot pronounce it, so people should help me pronounce it. Where is it happening this year? Eh? You heard them. I don't want to bag on, but you heard what they said. So this year is COP29, and a lot of people are always saying, "Oh, when you're in the climate, I think it's like the Olympics for people in the climate change space. You just go and gather. The countries will come together, and everybody will fly their flag. You post on LinkedIn. I'm pleased to announce." Always pleased to announce that it has COP. But anyway, one of the major things that happens at COP is negotiations, closed door negotiations, and that's usually, all the decisions that come out from COP happen after a negotiation, and all of that. Very, very important. And we actually have one of the youngest negotiators for Nigeria, right? She has gone there, I think, about 3 years now or so, and she is going to be training us on climate negotiation training for youth and media. And she's a climate negotiator, and she's also the co-founder of EcoCycle. Those are the people that have the plan game. If you've seen the plan game, she'll tell you more about that. But Loretta Boniface is an award-winning environmentalist, a climate negotiator, and climate action advocate with 4 years experience in actively advancing SDGs. And today, she's going to be training you on climate negotiation. She said I should stop. She said I should not read it, but the bio is long. But anyway, she's humble. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Loretta Boniface, one of Nigeria's youngest climate negotiators. You're welcome.
Oh my God, my pen. Good afternoon, everyone. The room is quiet. I know we've had a long section today. The panel section was so interesting. I took a lot of notes, seeing that I know we have a mixture of persons from different background, working on different sectors of the SDGs, but whatever work you're doing, you have a strong intersection with climate change. So, yeah, good afternoon again. And thank you so much, Nigerian Youth SDGs, for this opportunity. It's always interesting to come up and engage, speak to young people, and also for young people to understand that there are conversations that we don't really hold every time, but it's really important to see that we are really engaging in these conversations, really participating, and also preparing for this. I'm waiting for the slide to be up. The technical team, what's happening? Okay. So I think I would just go on before the slide comes up. So my name is Loretta Boniface. I am a climate negotiator and also the co-founder of EcoCycle. I know Sharon have done a lot. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you so much. She said something about the plan game, and maybe I'll round up with that, but then for the sake of this training, which is basically on negotiations. So the topic today is understanding negotiations. And for the sake of the mixture we have here, I will be very gentle with my words. I know when you talk about negotiations, it always comes with a lot of technical words, lots of jargons. You have to learn a lot of acronyms. You just see CBD, you see the PA, you see the Kyoto Protocol. You're asking yourself, what does all these things mean? How do I even engage when I don't even know the basics of this? So I'm going to be calm with my words. I'm going to meet everyone at his level today. And for negotiations, I've really engaged with a lot of people during COP, after COP, and even prior to COP. And you would always find one thing in common. You find people telling you that it was after my third time at COP that I got to understand what I'm doing there. It's very possible. Like, in short, that's the story. Some will tell you I've been going there, it's even the 5th time I got to understand what COP is. I just go there. And for me, it just explains opportunity meets unpreparedness. That's what it is. Because when you're prepared, when you have this kind of trainings at home, when you understand what you're supposed to do, this is supposed to be an opportunity that would emerge into something bigger for you. Not going there and coming back and say, I don't even know what is happening and what is not happening. So today we're going to understand what climate negotiations are, climate change negotiations are. And please, next slide. All right, thank you. So objectives are simple. Today we're going to, 1, gain an understanding of the global climate change negotiations. 2, enhance our negotiation skills. There are skills we call negotiation. It can be anything. Negotiation skills are not really static. It can be anything. Anything you feel can gain you a good partner can be your negotiation. If it means you smiling in the negotiation, if you know it's going to get you a very good decision to come back home with it, do it. If you know you're going to frown in the negotiation room, but then we still have like an overall skill that guides it. And so we're going to look at this, how to enhance negotiation skill, equip participants with practical negotiation techniques. And thirdly, empower youth engagement and media professionals, active participation in climate policy, discussions and negotiations. So this is, I think, the last part we really dig more on what young people are supposed to do, what the media professionals are supposed to do. We are not left out. Even some media, they go to COP, they don't know what took them there. They're just opportune to find themselves in that space. Maybe Premium Times, NTA sponsor you to COP, and you are just there in your pavilion every time. You don't know, after my pavilion, what next should I do? They don't know. So next. So what are global climate change negotiations? And this will have me go a little back into history, where it all started, because I want us to have a background to where we're going to, not just dive into COP, even understand where COP came from. It didn't just emerge from the moon. It started somewhere. And it all started in 1972, during the first Earth Summit, when the world came together and said there's a problem. Our environment is having issues. There's something we noticed. So they came together in Stockholm to start this conversation. And after that conversation, there was a resolution which established the UNEP. You know, the United Nations Environment Program. That was when it was established, and it is situated in Africa, somewhere in Nairobi in Kenya. So that is where it is situated. And after that, building up to 1992, at the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, the countries came together again and say, okay, we've been talking a lot about environment. We talk about biodiversity, we talk about desertification. How do we even distinguish these things? So 3 treaties were made in 1992. I know we all know the COP UNFCCC, but then we have 2 more, which is the United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification and Drought, and the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity Diversity. So that's why you can see COP29 here, and tomorrow I see COP16, and you're wondering, where is the 16 coming from? I thought we were in 29. It is those other conventions hold sometimes biennial, like every 2 years. Some of them hold every year, like the Conference of Parties, it holds every year. So next slide. So we look at the COP, the United Nations Convention, which is why we're here today. So what is COP? What does COP stand for? Because it's not COP like the drinking water cup. This is the COP. And it is a convention of parties, which is convention of countries. So when you hear COP, it doesn't really relate only to the UNFCCC. We have conference of parties, even the United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification and Drought. When they come together, it is still COP. It is a convention of parties. There's countries who are signatory to this agreement. So this COP stands for the Conference of Parties, and it's an annual United Nations Climate Convention. Every year, governments and negotiators from around the world meet. This year let me hear you say that. This year if you don't know how to call it, you will not go to COP, you say? Okay, so this year at Azerbaijan. And so why this is very important, every year government negotiators from around the world, to show you that government and negotiators, COP is a party-driven process. Every other thing you see at COP, going around COP, that's why it is called side events. You have a lot of things going on while the COP is going on. But then it is called a side event. The main reason why everyone is at COP is for government. It's a party-driven. It's for countries to come together. Where did we stop at? What do we do? How do we make decisions that will feed into our national policies? How do we make bilateral negotiations? How do we do the multilateral? This is what COPs is all about. And the side event is there, which we're going to talk about. And the first conference of parties was held in Berlin, Germany in 1995. And the UNFCCC has 198 parties, including all the United Nations member states. That's about 198 parties came together to sign this treaty, which we know as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So the objective, because a lot of people go to COP, but they don't even understand what the main objective of this COP is. The ultimate objective of this convention and any related legal instruments that the conference of parties may adopt. Who can tell me one of the legal instruments? Just one. We used to have one, but then now we're working with another one. Who can tell me? Please, I want us to follow. So the current one we're working with is the Paris Agreement. It's a legal instrument that the whole parties are working with. All the countries have signed to the Paris Agreement, and that's why we have the NDCs and like of it. We're going to see it going forward. So in accordance with the relevant provisions of the convention, stabilization of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere, which is mitigation, at a level where that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. Such a level should be achieved within a time frame sufficient to allow ecosystem to adapt naturally to climate change, to ensure that food production is not threatened, and to enable economic development to proceed in a sustainable manner, which is adaptation. So the main objective of this conference is to achieve climate adaptation and mitigation, period. So whatever comes in, finance, carbon markets, food security, whatever thing, it just evolves around adaptation and mitigation. Next slide, please. More background on COP. A key task of the COP is to review the national communications and emission inventory submitted by parties. So every year, the countries submit what we call inventory reports. And I think it's another topic or another conversations we young people should be driving, because I see a lot of older generation in this submitting of this emission inventories. That is what built up to the NDCs we have here. So you're going to submit your emission inventories from the waste sector to the transportation to agriculture, formerly AFOLU, now LULUFO. Yeah, so you're going to submit all this inventory. So that is what really happens there. Based on this information, the COP assesses the effects of the measures taken by the parties and the progress made in achieving the ultimate objective of the convention. The COP meets every year, like I said, unless the parties decide otherwise. It's something that must be agreed. Everything about COP is agreement. Even if should we drink water, if one party say, this water I don't want, nobody is drinking water. So unless parties decide otherwise, every year COP take place. The first COP meeting was held in Berlin, mentioned earlier, in 1995, and the COP meets in Bonn, the seat of the Secretariat, unless a party offered to host the section. Just as the COP president rotates among 5 recognized UN region, that is Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. So you can find that today COP is holding, like COP27 was at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. COP28 was in Dubai. This one, so it rotates. It will eventually come back to Africa. I think Africa has been Africa has hosted COP for 5 times now. Once in Nairobi, in Morocco, in Sharm el-Sheikh, and somewhere around Africa. So it will eventually come back to Africa. Maybe one day in Nigeria. Are we ready to host COP? So one day it might come back to Nigeria. We used to be big brothers to them. Don't mind them. Central and East Europe and West Europe and others. There is a tendency for the venue of the COP to also shift among these groups. So it can fall on Nigeria to host, and Nigeria will say, sorry, we don't have the capacity to host. Can Morocco host it for us? But then we remain the presidency of the COP. That's how it happens. So it can fall on your country to host, but then there's a time it fell on which country, but then it was shifted to another country to host because they don't have the capacity to host the COP. So next slide. Are we following? So I'm going to make this very illustrative so we all understand. So there's a supreme governing body. I know we all know the UNFCCC, but then the supreme governing body is 3. While we have the COP, which is the party which every member agrees to sign to, we have the conference of parties sitting in a meeting under the Kyoto Protocol. Do we know about the Kyoto Protocol? It was a treaty that was governing the UNFCCC before the Paris Agreement. So we still have parties that come to COP, though they don't make any decisions, but they come to COP annually to meet under the Kyoto Protocol. Where did we stop? Because it has not been like completely eradicated from the system. Then we have the Conference of Parties serving as a meeting under the Paris Agreement. So these 2 bodies meet alongside the COP. So it's not only COP meetings that happen. That's why if you go to COP, if you don't know what you're doing, you get mixed up. You can go to a meeting room and you think you want to understand. You don't understand what is happening there. Because maybe it's the Kyoto Protocol that are meeting. Maybe it's the Paris Agreement. Which one do you know? You must understand these things at the basic level. So the process managing body, the Bureau of the COP bodies, we have the permanent subsidiary bodies. So we have 2 subsidiary bodies. We have the subsidiary bodies on implementation, and we have the subsidiary bodies on technical advice. This subsidiary meets every June. That's why you hear climate people say, I want to go for Bonn. I want to go for the June climate section in Bonn. So this is where it's a very technical section. In short, we have very few side events going on during this section because that's where we prepare ahead of COP. That's where every agreement. So if your country is not participating during the SBs, you cannot go to COP and bring in a new intervention. Whatever intervention your country wants must be brought during the SBs. That's where it will be imputed and prepared for COP. COP will just make like the final agreement. So that's why. So they meet every June. It's a very technical section. Then you have the constituted bodies, the technical committees, which meet like they have their different time meeting. And you have the funds and financial entities, which like the Green Climate Funds and the rest. It's also an entity that also meets. They have their meeting. And you have the secretariat, which Simeon still is currently the executive secretary of the secretariat. And the secretariat has its headquarters in Bonn, Germany. Next. So negotiations never end. Most of us know about COP, and after COP, we just stay and wait for another COP. That's what we do. But negotiations actually never end. You need to stay informed. After COP, stay informed. Not only with COPs alone, you have to stay informed with other conventions that are going on, like the Plastic Convention, the Convention on Biodiversity, the Convention on Desertification. All these conventions, you need to stay because at the end of the day, they fit into COP agreements. So if you are not informed with all these other conventions, at the end of the day, you might see yourself just focus on COP and you don't know what is really happening. So if you really want to venture into negotiations or really get into negotiation, you have to read. You will read a lot of papers. You will read a lot of news. You just have to stay informed because what you know yesterday is not what you know today. Eventually, somehow they met somewhere in Sweden, and everything have changed overnight. So you have to stay very informed with everything. So you stay informed, you get to the SB, you still stay informed, you go, so it goes round and round. Next slide. So we have what we call the negotiating groups. And these groups are based on, okay, I'm going to do it very illustrative. How many of us are wearing pink here? How many of us are wearing pink? Let me see yours. Okay, so if I say, okay, people wearing pink, somehow if there's a problem with people wearing pink, they will likely bring themselves together and say, we are the ones wearing pink. So whatever that happens to pink will kill us. Let's come together and form a group so that we'll stand as a strong voice. So that's what some of these negotiating groups does. And you find some countries belong to a lot of groups. Like Nigeria, we don't only belong to one group. We belong to the AGN, that's the African Group of Negotiators. We belong to the group of 77 and China, which is the group of developing countries. We also belong to the group of Coalition of Rainforest Nation, and lastly to OPEC. And if you look at this group, you understand, because we are in Africa, we belong to African Group of Negotiators. Because we are a developing nation, we belong to the group of 77 and China. Because most of our lands are rainforests, we now align with rainforests and say somehow we have things that are common. So let's build a force. And lastly, OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Nigeria also belongs to that. So these groups develop common position. Like I mentioned, okay, what is our common issue? Do we need adaptation more? We come together and say, okay, we have a chair that's, like the agent, the current chair is a Kenyan. So everything happening is currently in Nairobi happening. So they come together and say, okay, what is our common position? What do we want? Do we add our voice on banning of fossil fuel? We come together and say, okay, G77, which is like a bigger group, and once G77 is saying anything in the negotiation room, you see that the tension is high, because this is a group that have about 135 members. Imagine out of 198, you have 135 people telling you that this is what we want. So it has a way of changing the atmosphere in the group, in the room. So many meet weeks before COP, yeah. The AGN mostly meets in Kenya for their meetings to prepare them for negotiations. So that's where they come together and say, okay, how do we prepare for negotiation? We know we've gone, and they go for preparatory meetings for the SBs too. We've seen the SB, this is what we submitted at the SB, this is our intervention. So we go to COP prepared. And they don't just pick randomly, they pick someone. So if Kenya is representing the AGN, you see Kenyans speaking on behalf of AGN or on behalf of G77. So this is how, or you hear Ghana saying, he's raising a Ghana country flag, but he's speaking on behalf of AGN or on behalf of G77 or on behalf of whatever group he's representing in the negotiation room. So these are the groups. We have the African group, which is which has 54 members. Who will tell me why it is 54? 54 countries, exactly. So you have the EU, 27 members. You have the group of 77 and China, 135 countries, which is like the biggest. You have the Arab states, 22 members. You have the least developed countries, 46 members. These are groups. These are groups. Group that say, okay, we are still developing. So how do we do? We know that our common interest must be represented as developing nations, as least developed countries. There are some kind of commitment that we cannot afford. We don't have the capacity to. So let's come together and form a big voice. And there are about 46 members. And you have the environmental integrity group. These are groups that came together and say, we have integrity. Let's form our group. You see, there are just 8 members. Consist of China, Canada, they have good integrity. So they came together and said, it was just formed not too long. And you have the umbrella group, and you have the like-minded group. You see how these groups are going. So you have the like-minded groups, you have the small island developing states, about 40 members, and you have the OPEC and ETC. You can see group of black wearing clothes. We form our group. We have common interests. So next. My God. No. No. No, there's a mistake somewhere. There's a mistake somewhere. Yeah, so we're here now. Aha. So a lot of people understand just adaptation, mitigation, resilience. These are not the only thematics that are discussed when you come to negotiations. And when you go through the Paris Agreement and the objective of the COP, you understand that there are other topics and other thematics that are being negotiated. Sometimes though in a very small circle of negotiations, but then it still go on. Like the loss and damage, we have the greenhouse gas sink and reservoirs. It's a negotiation that goes on. The market and non-market mechanisms, you have the climate finance, you have the technical development and technology development and transfer. It's also a negotiations that come together and say, okay, which country needs development transfer? Which country needs technological transfer? What do we do to help you? Because this is like an agreement, but it's not really binding. There's no law that say, if you don't achieve this, you're going to die. Instead, if you don't achieve, they bring you up on board. Why? What is happening? What do you need? Do you need finance? Do you need capacity building? Do you need technology? So this is where all these negotiations happen. Then you have the capacity building. You have inclusivity, gender. It's also in negotiations that go on. I know Madam Dr. Priscilla Achaba used to be like a giant in this room representing Nigeria till date. You have the global stock take. You have innovation. It's the negotiations that take place during COP. You have just transition. You have education, training, public awareness, which is under ACES, Action for Climate Empowerment. You have transparency, land use and agriculture, LULUFO, and you have science and the oceans. So during this negotiation, what happened is we start by the plenary section. So this is where you find a very big hall and you find every country seated. And this is where you bring in your intervention as a country. What do you want? If you are standing alone as a country making intervention, if you are representing a bigger group, this is where you bring in. And after the plenary, you've brought up, the chair has acknowledged, you go into mostly contact group. Contact group means like those your group. You guys meet again and start negotiating. And most times, not only your group, you come together also as like parties from different countries negotiating on a particular thematic. That's where you say, okay, you in the Arab or you in this country, what do you want? You say, this is what we want, this is what. And one thing I want you all to understand, that negotiation must end in a win-win situation. So don't expect Africa to win always. While we want to win, the Europe want to win, US want to win, and that's why you have like 2 weeks, sometimes even exceeding 2 weeks, and you see that they're talking about one particular text. Because the text is like, if we agree to this text as Africans, they have cheated us. This one's too, they say if we agree to this text, we are cheated. So we just have to have a partner and have like a level ground to understand what we're doing and to be happy at the end of the day. So after that, we have what we call the informal meetings. After the informal meetings, you still go through like those space of 2 weeks at COP is just basically informal. We have informal here. We just gather as group, or we gather as countries to do informal meetings. And at the end of the day, after the informal meetings, you have the informal consultations and drafting of the group. This is where like you draft some of the final agreements, and every country will say, yes, we have agreed, we have agreed. Then we take it to the closing plenary. So if any group at that point, or any party, any country say, I do not agree to this, and you still insist to taking it, he can go to the closing plenary and say, I don't agree. And that is where it will end. It will be that, oh, mitigation, there was no outcome for this year. Or adaptation, there was no outcome for this year. So that's how it happens. So in the corridors of this, you have coordination meetings happening. And if you really want to follow these negotiations, you must try to attend coordination meetings. It happens as early as 7:30. I know it's like sometimes from your hotel to the venue is very, very far, but then just try to attend. And you have the bilaterals. You have country, Nigeria meeting with Spain, Nigeria meeting with this country, Nigeria meeting with Japan, trying to just strike some kind of conversation and have some kind of agreement, draw some kind of funding for the country, and know where we want to help or where they want to help us from. Next slide, please. So this is the section 2, engaging in negotiations. And this we are going to look at how we as young people would engage, how to really understand this process, what stage, what are even the basic steps to go about this. Next. So ways to engage, you can become a negotiator, part of your country delegation. You can be part of your country delegation, but you're not a negotiator. What you do is just to provide support where needed, and somehow you're regarded as a negotiator, but then you're not a negotiator. You can become an observer, non-governmental organizations, intergovernmental organization, UN organization, and a specialized agency. You can also attend COP and serve as an observer. I know most observers have this mindset that, oh, we just go to COP to do, what do we want, climate justice, when do we want it now? It exceeds that. Sometimes, like, beyond this, you can look at the negotiation. Where do we stop? How do we influence? How do we pressure the people in the negotiation room to push in this interest? You look at it, is our interest as young people even represented? The female gender, is our interest as women represented? So this I think should be the role of observers beyond side events, beyond the protest that happens during COP, because that's what makes COP very fun, when you see all these things. Though as negotiator, you're not allowed to engage in all these protests, because you cannot be putting pressure on yourself. You're the one that is supposed to be making the decision, not pressuring others to make. So you have the media representation. You can go to COP as a media and you represent very, very well and effectively, and you can go as a volunteer or as an individual, not as part of any organization. You can just say, I'm an individual, I want to go to COP, and I think COP28 introduced this daily badges where you just go and you assess the COP venue once, come back tomorrow, you assess it once, instead of that 2 weeks, instead of you going, say, I'm looking for accreditation that will take you about 2 weeks or more to get. So next. Okay, engaging as a negotiator. You have so many things to do prior to COP, during COP, and after COP. So prior to COP, you have to pick a subject and specialize on it. So if you want to follow adaptation, this is at the country level that you know that I want to follow adaptation. And you tell yourself why you want to follow adaptation. Not because you find it very funky that people, adaptation is a sweet topic. In Africa, we used to shout about adaptation a lot, so let me just join it. You should have a way of relating it to your work, what you do at the national level. If your work relates to adaptation, how can I push in for adaptation? So I start working my way. So that's the first thing to do. You have to pick a subject, not go to COP, and at COP okay, I'm at COP now, what do I do? Should I follow finance? There's money there. Should I follow ACEs? From the country level, it will help you prepare. It will help you get the relevant documents you need to prepare. So you have to, at the country level, also understand your country's position. So on adaptation, where do Nigeria stop? What is our position? The last conversations we had at COP, whatever, where did we stop? What do we want to push? What was discussed during the SB? How do I add to it? How do I subtract? So this is what you should do as a negotiator. Engage with your country, understand the country position. Also, attend pre-sectional meetings. Even in Nigeria, with formerly the Ministry of Environment and even now the NCCC, the National Council on Climate Change, we have pre-section meetings to prepare ourselves, prepare negotiators. Even people that are not negotiators are free to come for those meetings to understand how are we prepared. For us, where is it happening? The temperature there, what kind of clothes should we wear as Nigerians there? Because of the kind of temperature, the kind of environment and the geographical area we're coming from. So this is what you do. And also prior to COP, you have to study the provisional agenda. So I think the agenda for COP29 is out already. You have to go through it to study, okay, this is the agenda, what are we doing in day one? When is the negotiation? When is the day for adaptation? When is the day for youth? You have to go through it, then it will help you prepare. Even as observer organization, you have to understand, okay, how do I align this agenda with the side events I want to have and everything? So you have to network with other organizations. You have to familiarize yourself with COP expectations and code of conduct. I know for code of conduct, we have the handbook now that always comes out prior to COP to help people understand what are the code of conduct, what to do, what not to do. You have to familiarize yourself with those things, and you read the agenda again. So during COP, one thing you should prioritize is to check daily and regular meetings. Not when you go to COP in the morning, you're looking at Earth Bulletin, there's Earth Bulletin, there's a news that tells you everything that happened the last day before the day you're into. So you just don't have to go there and start thinking, oh, how do I do this? How don't I do this? You have to prepare. So checking the daily schedule, which comes out mostly, though it can be altered during the day, but then somehow it's static for some of the days. It helps you prepare which informal negotiations I'm engaging in, which am I not negotiating for. And you also engage with the activities going on during COP. You also support your delegation as a negotiator. That's your first duty at COP. You have to support your delegation. That is why you're there, because everybody that sees you, whatever you do, you are representing Nigeria. Nigeria gave you a party badge, and you're representing them at that point. So even if you have any organization back home, as far as you're going there as a negotiator, you are suspending whatever thing you are doing at the country level, whatever organizational work you are doing, unless you have the opportunity to just chip it in one or two places. That's why for negotiators, sometimes you don't see them inside events and all of. They are really busy doing or supporting their delegation, writing down reports, and also pushing on how they can bring out a very concrete decision and bring back home. So after COP, one thing you should do is to review the COP decisions. You have to go through all the COP decisions. I know you cannot know it all during COP because if you are following a particular topic, I've mentioned all the thematics, it's very long. You cannot follow all. So it is after COP you will say, oh, what happened to finance? Okay, how does it affect adaptation? What happened to finance? How does it affect mitigation? What happened at ACEs? How does it affect? So all these things you gather all together, and also you follow up with your thematic. You follow up with the negotiators with that are following your subject or your thematic to know, okay, what's the next forward? How are we preparing for SB? Is there any support? If your country is not supporting, is there any support? How can I get the support? Is there other meetings we have prior to that time? So this is what you do that will help you engage effectively as a negotiator prior to COP, during COP, and even after COP. So next, attending as an accredited observer. You as civil society organization, you as an individual, how do you attend, how do you engage also prior to COP, during COP, and after COP? So prior to COP, you register as an observer or use the daily badge system that I mentioned earlier. Get the observer handbook handy and other relevant documents like the Paris Agreement, the NDCs, the long-term low emission development strategy, the ETP, ETC. There are so many documents you should get yourself informed with prior to COP. The Paris Agreement will help you understand what is expected for each thematic, what is the agreement that was made at COP15 in 2021, and where are we now. So explore how positions and decision-making get negotiated and agreed on at the country level, because negotiations somehow happen. Okay, we as country, how do we get prepared? What do we go with? What do we decide is going to happen to Nigeria at COP? So you should just explore how these positions are. Attend the pre-COP sections, whatever organization. Sometimes you have the civil society organizations coming together to prepare for those sections, put together, also tell you what to do, what not to do during COP and the rest. And also get to know who is part of your country delegation and who covers what topic. It's really important. People say we don't know negotiators. Negotiators are not ghosts. They are the people you see every day. Somehow you engage with them. So you have to get yourself, you have to know who is part of your country. If so person, you have to follow him. You are following adaptation, I'll follow you. Anything that is the outcome, when you come back, I'll come and ask you what the outcome of COP was. So that is that, and you get logistical information. So during COP, first thing you have to do is to assess the venue, which means go get your badges, the hard copy and the rest, and stay up to date with information and daily programs, formal meetings, side events, and other activities like the protests, the actions that go on with around COP. You just have to stay informed with it. Then you know which one. Then you align with your constituency. I know for we young people, we just know Yongo. Yongo is a popular constituency we know. But beyond Yongo, we have the Wongo, the women constituency. We have the farmers constituency. We have workers. We have about 9 constituencies. So you align yourself with which of the constituency you feel represents you. So you attend daily coordination meetings. Like I say, it's really important. The daily coordination meetings is really important as young people. I know for daily coordination meetings, when you go there, it's quite unfortunate. You see older people, and when did this one wake up? Because it's very early. I know sometimes it can be so inconvenient to really wake up from your hotel. You have to wake up as early as 5 a.m. Sometimes if you're using train, if you're using whatever to get to the venue, just to attend it helps a lot. It helps you understand where we are at. So even if you are granting interview at any point, you know what to say. You don't say what you have passed. You don't say what your country is doing last year. You say what is currently happening. So you support your delegation, again, with data, most importantly, because I believe we civil society organizations sometimes we have like very, very strong data to support these our parties and our negotiators. It will help them to prove whatever whatever is going on in the negotiation room. And also networking is really important. You don't just go, as civil society, you have to go. Sometimes I even advise people to go with, if you have a proposal, you go with it. You have a concept note, you go with it. You don't know who you're going to meet at any point. You just have to get it handy and that. So after COP, you have to review your activity. You must have collected millions of complimentary cards. You have met a lot of people, collected emails, done this. You have to review which one should I focus on. I collected, in short, sometimes the spur of the moment, you collect a lot. You collect a number you don't need. So it's that time you review and see, okay, what I'm supposed to do, what I'm not supposed to do. Then you follow up with your new network and contacts. So next, we just have to go so fast. So yeah, finding your way in COP. It might be difficult. You see a lot of badges at COP, the pink badge, the blue badge, the green badge, the yellow, and even the orange badge. It's quite a lot to find your way through. You find out that they say this is blue zone, this is green zone. What am I supposed to do? As an observer, am I supposed to stay put in the green zone? Am I supposed to go to the blue zone? So this is it. So the pink badge is mostly the party badges, which only sometimes negotiators and parties or country delegations wear. Sometimes you have the party overflow. As a party overflow, you're supposed to also engage in negotiation, but you're not supposed to say anything on behalf of your country because you're just like an overflow. You just came to somehow observe negotiations and also support your delegation. And you have the UN organizations, observers. They come there also as observers. They have the blue badge. You have the intergovernmental organizations. They have the green badge. You come there too as observers. You have the NGOs, which is, you see the yellow badge, that's the badge you normally see, the yellow badge. If you're going from Nigeria, you have some kind of organizations that are accredited from Nigeria to give you badge. They might likely give you a yellow badge to attend as an NGO. Then you have the media. So at COP, you have the green zone and you have the blue zone. So the green zone is where the side events you want to exhibit, you have an electric car, you bring it to the green zone, you have whatever thing you want to exhibit, you have an eco-friendly innovation, you bring it to the green zone. It's where side events happens, whatever. So most times you find observer organizations just rotate around this green zone, and you can even go to COP and you're not even opportune. Sometimes, like the COP26 in UK, it was like blue zone was strictly for negotiators, and the green zone was for observer organization. But somehow, some of the COP, you find out the venue accessible, whether you are an observer organization or not, you have access to the blue zone. It's just that sometimes if you have the informal or the contact group, you're not allowed to really go in to the negotiation because you're an observer. And so that's the blue zone is for, you see, badges required. It's just for official, just for country. The UN secretariat is there. Sometimes you attend virtually. If you want to attend virtually these meetings and this negotiation, you have the opportunity to be in the green zone and you're attending virtually. Or sometimes there's a big television everywhere around COP and you're understanding what is happening in every negotiation room. So next. So I was thinking I would see someone who has attended. Who has attended COP? Nobody. Please, I just want you to have 2 minutes to give us your experience as an observer. If there's any mic around there, please hand it over to him. So just in 2 minutes, tell us your experience as an observer, attending COP or SB, the value it added to you as an observer, or CSO, and the ability you had to influence during negotiations. Please, if there's any mic, hand it over to him. What's happening? Thank you. Tell us your name, the year you attended, what COP you attended, and then you answer your experience as an observer. Just in 2 minutes, you just have to give us a summary.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ibrahim Inusa, and I'm from Nature Conservation Advocates for Climate Initiative. And I was opportune to attend COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And one thing I observed with COP is that, as you say, it's overwhelming and you can find so many things happening at the same time. So as a youth delegate, I carried the youth voices and where we presented the youth position document on nature. So we mostly engage at the nature pavilion and in the green zone, and that gives more insight about how nature is being affected and how the youth are acting on the issues of climate and nature nexus. So you just have to find how to balance the situation and fix yourself in and see where you fit in.
Thank you so
thank you
much.
very
Thank you. A round of applause to him. Thank you so much. So one thing I want you to pick from what he said, COP is an overwhelming experience. COP is like a marketplace. What's the busiest market you can think in Nigeria? That's how COP is. So if you don't know what you want to go and buy in the markets, that's how you keep on pricing things in the markets, going from left to right, and at the end of the day, two weeks have elapsed and you're back home. So when you go to COP, you find two kind of people. You find the observer organization who are holding side events, speaking in panel sections, and you have the observer organizations who are holding loss and damage now, doing some kind of actions, the Greta Thunberg, the Vanessa, doing the Lord's work, doing a lot of things, doing... Oh my God. Okay, I'll try to round up. Yeah, so these are all the things that happen. Quickly, let's just move. But then I just wanted like a lived experience from someone who have attended this to explain himself so you understand that I'm not just saying. Next slide. So here I'm supposed to give you my experience as a negotiator, but I'll just go through that in 1 minute. So this was at SB 58 in Germany. This was our head of delegation, which was the former DG Climate. This was at the opening plenary. So I became a negotiator at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. That was the first COP as a negotiator. And it was a really, oh my God, at that point it was so overwhelming. With the trainings I had, everything, some kind of things you just have to experience it to understand. There's no amount of training that will be given to you, but then the training will just help guide you. But I think one thing that helped me as a negotiator, and a young negotiator, because I was like the youngest, even in negotiation room, I would go there, I'm the youngest. So I would get there, but then I cling to mentors, people like mentors in the field, people I think are old negotiators, like Dr. Priscilla. She keep telling me, Loretta, you can do it, just go, what you can do. I will go from one meeting room, what are people saying? I'll go to a next, but then the little training I had before, because I was trained by the AGN and also the Climate Youth Negotiators Program then, and it really was of great help to me. I was able to navigate through, and this was at SB. Then I was smiling because I had confidence at this point. I am able to hold a conversation and all. So I was going to tell you a lot about this, but then we just have to go further. Next. So engaging as media. So for media, sometimes they feel their role is not really important, but the role of media at COP is really important. And one is to notify key event occurrence. Secondly, communicate information to the participants. So there are people that even from home, from the COP, they are following Premium Times, they are following NTA to understand what is happening. They are following the CNN, following the BBC to understand what happened prior to that day they are in and what is currently happening. So this is a very critical role. And also the role of media is to put pressure on the government. I remember at the last COP, Abdul Karim, the guy from Premium Times, he called and said that they say he's the one that they sponsored to come and disgrace Nigerian delegation. That he was the one that put out the information that Nigeria took about 1 million people to COP. I said, it's your role. So you have a way to try to harmonize that. So the media also ensure transparency, connect home to what is happening at COP. So you're at home and you really have like a clue of, oh, Nigeria, our president is there, he took so delegation. This is like the work of the media. And to support advocacy, data, and fact, etc. The media can also be used to spread misinformation. Something is happening and they're changing it. I remember Dr. David, that's the head of AGN, was telling me one time that they were, because then negotiation used to reach 12 a.m. In short, when I started negotiating, we would be at the negotiation room till 12 a.m., 1 a.m. sometimes. Before you go home, 2 a.m., you take your bath, come back to the negotiation room by 7 a.m., and you continue for the day. So that's why if you come back from COP, sometimes you're really sick. So when after the COP, it was getting late and they were going to miss the train, so they just stood up and left. And the next day, media was everywhere that AGN walked out of the negotiation room. And meanwhile, they just wanted to just go and catch their train and prepare for the next day. So this is what media can do. And also, they can use active and charismatic people for negative gain. It happens at COP. Once they spot you that you are active and you are everywhere, they just pick you. Come and say this on behalf of your country, and it is not true. Sometimes they write paper and give to you to read out, and this is like contradicting your country's position at COP. Next. So these are a few of I know I've said a lot, negotiation tips, and oh my God. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that, thank you. So, few negotiation tips. As a negotiator, you need to invest in time preparation. I mentioned it earlier. You need to prepare. You need to read a lot of documents to understand where you stand and where you're going to. You have to hear what others say. In the negotiation room, it's not about your voice. So I tell you, it must be a win-win situation. So while you're talking, you have to give others the space and also respect others to talk. So yeah, demonstrate respect for your negotiating partners. Be patient. You have to be polite. You don't have to be afraid. So you don't back up emotion with whatever you do. So even if you are negotiating with an 80-year-old man, you are representing Nigeria. Nigeria is about his age. So you tell him what you want to tell him. So you know how to deal with irritation and difficult parties. Some parties can be really difficult. They can be difficult. When you're saying, oh, let's reach to this agreement, they tell you no. This is it, because someone in their country is backing them, putting pressure that don't. Canada in negotiation rooms, you see that they are really very strong force. And when they might seem difficult sometimes, but then it's just because of where they're coming from and how they feel their partner should be, or the kind of partner they are supposed to take home with. As a negotiator, you also have to engage with NGOs. So you don't just see observer badges and you say no. NGOs will help provide you the data you need in your negotiations. Data that will back up whatever intervention you want to put up there. These are the NGOs that would likely help and support you. So you have to avoid getting too emotional. You don't have to cry. I think there was a story Dr. George was telling me one time. He said, there's this guys from Nigeria, Africa actually. So they were having issues because then as Saudi Arabia used to be a very tough party. So he got very angry and he took their name tag and he went and hid it in the toilets. And without your name tag, you cannot negotiate, because what country flag are you going to negotiate with? Are you going to pick another country? So they came there, looked around. They didn't have a seat on the table. Eventually, somehow, camera picked him and saw that he took it there, and they were banned from attending COP ever in their lives. So that's what happens when you get too emotional, when you get angry or you cry. That's what happens. So you have to understand negotiating text. As a negotiator, for every word, that it was when I got to negotiation, I knew that may, should, shall is different. If you use may, what you mean is different. If a place where there should be may and you use shall, it will give you another result. So you have to understand the text. You have to find a common ground. I told you, like, it's a win-win situation. You just have, you don't, sometimes you win, actually. Like, when the loss and damage fund was established, it was a win for Africa, a win for the developing countries, and we were all happy. But then sometimes we might come back with results that don't really excite us. So next. So these are strong negotiation skills. You have to know your issues, you have to communicate, analytical and problem solving. You have to be spontaneous, like you are seeing a problem and you're solving it immediately. Someone is throwing you, you are thinking of, well, how will this affect my country, and you're trying to give it a solution immediately. Interpersonal relationship, diplomacy, that's what it's all about. So in the negotiation room, a party don't talk to me and I'll say no. You don't say no. Even if I want to disagree, I say I agree with the distinguished party of this country before I say, however, I think this is this. So I don't just say, no, I don't agree with what you're saying. Oh, no, it's a very rude way to. So it's much of diplomacy. You smile, whether you're angry, you just smile and the rest. And you have to have a very strong partner. Best alternative to a negotiation agreement. Just like you want to buy a car. You are the buyer, you are the seller. As a seller, you know how much is the last price you are selling. As a buyer, you know what's your budget for buying. That's just what partner is all about. So next. So this is like an example of a negotiating text. And I want us to go through these three quickly. And the first one is a may, which means an optional requirement. When you say, we'll go through it, then you know, you tell me which one sounds stronger in your ear. So the developed country party may provide financial resources to support capacity building. Secondly, should. Say the developed country parties should provide financial resources to support capacity building. Shall. The developed country parties shall provide financial resources to support capacity building. So amongst these three, which one for Africa, as a Nigerian, which one sounds strong to your hearing? Shall. But as a developed country, I'll be looking for should or may. Because that's what will favor me. I'm not compelled to do anything. But as an African, I'm pushing that this shall must appear. So it will interest you that in that 2 weeks we are staying, this is what we are negotiating at. And at the end of the day, we'll just maybe end up in should. They did not win, I did not win. We are somewhere in the middle. So our next slide, rounding up already. This additional links, I will share this slide. Becoming a UNFCCC's delegate, what you need to know, training for negotiations, women empowerment and climate negotiations, climate negotiators terminology, a lot of terms. I don't even want to go about that. I just want to have this very, very literal for everybody. So the pocket guide, you have this link to the briancraft.com. You have the Observer Handbook for UNFCCC. So though every COP you have the Observer Handbook, but there's this very popular one that I think it's in collaboration with Yongo was developed, and this is the UNFCCC website. You just have to have your way of navigating through this last website. This is where you find the Paris Agreement. Every document, every negotiations that has been from 1995 till date, you find it there. So you have to have yourself conversant with this very website, the last one. And next. So this is, I think we have 5 minutes or 10 for, no. Next. Just go next. Okay, you can contact me via my email, my LinkedIn platform, Twitter, Facebook. Thank you. And next.
That clap is too small for somebody that brought COP to Abuja. Thank you so much. Now, you guys, may we eat, should we eat, or shall we eat? Choose wisely. We are the negotiating groups. Let's negotiate. May we, shall we, or should we? Okay, the shalls. Let me see the shalls. Shall we eat? I know you cannot tell me no. You have to say you agree with me, however. So shall we eat? Should we eat? May we eat? I want to add my own must we eat. All right. Thank you, everyone, so much for your patience. We're going to be rounding up, but we have just one more item to tick off. Before then, though, do we have questions? I'm very sure, not questions that will take her 1 hour to answer, because I know that some of the questions we need to go over her. Okay, I can see one person, just 3 questions. Somebody here. I need a female. Me, I'm for gender equality. 2 men. 1 woman must ask questions. If you ask her what kind of heels should you take to COP, you must ask. Any woman that wants to ask, you identify as a woman. I say 1 woman. I've gotten 2 male. I need 1 woman. Okay, the women don't even want a seat at the table. Okay, you. Okay, good. Oh yeah, please, if you raise up your hand, quick. Let's ask you, the one by the edge. Yes, you. Please come. I will not bring him. Okay, come so that she can answer you very quickly. You rose up your hand, and you, please come. Please just ask your question and just go straight to the point. Your name. This is the question I have.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Isio, Executive Director of Global Leadership Initiative for Education, Health and Social Development, and a current chairperson of a partner and collaboration for Global Consortium of Climate Change Conference of Parties. My question goes this way, actually, from what the speaker have just said, because that's what we call the national determined contributions, and in whatever that we are going to for the COP29 in Azerbaijan, in which I'm part of it this time around, and there is always an agenda.
Collect soap. He's going.
So the truth about it is that in every countries, they normally have the agenda, which has to be in line with the national determined contribution of each country. That is, in partnership, in alignment with the national action plans of that country. My question is, what is the action plans? What are the agenda for Nigeria for COP29 that we are going now? Then secondly, what are the youth involvement this time around for COP29? Because most of the time, they normally take the elderly, then avoiding the youth. So what are the greater youth involvement in this COP29? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. Clap very well. Maybe he has extra space in his suitcase for COP29. You don't know. Loretta, would you want to answer all questions or one? Okay, so the second question, please. Please come up.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Sampson. So my question is, in the Convention of Parties, you made mention that there are groups. So, for example, now, Nigeria will have her own interests. And if Nigeria is part of the African group, and let's say part of OPEC group also, so how can Nigeria balance her own interests and the interests of the OPEC group and the interests of African group in COP?
Good question.
All right. No woman, no climate justice. So I have to come and stand for everybody here. All women here, clap for yourselves. You look beautiful, Haba. I'm here to represent us now. You guys look beautiful. And our presenter here look very, very beautiful and gorgeous. Please tell us the secret, ma. You want to cut soap for us? All right, so straight up to my question is, as an individual, if you are being sponsored by the government to go for COP, they'll foot your bills. So as an individual, are you sponsoring yourself there? Or how can you get sponsored, tag along to attend COP? Thank you.
Very important question. How do we get sponsorship for COP? All right, so
Okay, thank you so much. These questions just explains to me that we are all following this presentation and everything that happened in the last 1 hour. And the first question was like, what is the agenda for this at the country level? That's with the UNFCCC. There's been a lot of changes lately. I know we all know from DCC now, like the whole process is in the presidency. Mr. Jury is now the UNFCCC focal point, and he would lead the delegation for this. As in the absence of the president, he will lead. So those plans I know is going on, but then definitely, like you said, whatever agenda Nigeria will have
must align with the AGN agenda and also align with the overall agenda of the UNFCCC. So that is it. So we should maybe, I know maybe it is, I don't know if it is out yet, but it should be out between this month and next. And youth involvement. I know at COP28, the Minister for Youth mentioned that she was going to set up a steering committee, youth advisory group, which fortunately I'm part of, but then we're working towards that to see, first, how this youth can come together, get ourselves sponsorship. We understand how difficult it is to get some of these badges sometimes. So the additional benefit of this group is just to have a way of interacting as a collective group to the government. So whenever we're approaching the government for inclusion, we are approaching them as a group and not as individuals. I know for last year, one thing the DG kept complaining about is that you guys are all coming one. How will I know who I'm giving badges to and who I'm not giving badges to? So that was, I think that was it. And the Youth Advisory Group are also going to advise the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Youth, and also other ministers that have affiliation with the issue we're talking about. And also, how can the groups, the negotiating groups, and how Nigeria can align. So Nigeria must not necessarily follow all the groups. They must not align their negotiations. So sometimes we go and you see that we align, like for because at COP27 I followed adaptation, which is the National Adaptation Plan and the Global Goal on Adaptation. And when we did not follow, we aligned our position with G77 and not with AGN. Do we understand? Because they represented our interest more. So we aligned with G77, the group of G77 and China, and we did not align our interest with the AGN. Because what they were saying was different and what we were saying was different. Do you understand? So it's not like a mandated thing that every time at COP you're going to align with all these groups. They might say something you don't agree with, you shift and find another group. And that's why I say you see a lot of groups emerging every time. Like this integrity group, they just came together and say we have integrity. These people don't, let's form a group. That's what happens. And also how to get sponsorship. If you have money, you send yourself to COP. If you don't have, from now is the time. Start looking for how to even get accreditation. Start writing to possible funders. You can write, take emails, look for emails. I know the UMI fund is mostly for youth, like a youth-driven support system to attend some of this conference. Tell them why you want to attend. Tell them what benefit it will be of you, to you and your community back when you come back, what COP will do to you, what it will do for your community. And somehow you might be lucky. Do a budget for yourself. For flight, this is what you need. For feeding, this is what you need. For accommodation. Luckily, you might have an organization that will say, sorry, I'm going to pick flight for you. Another will say, oh, I have somebody in this country you are going to, let me send you, and the person will accommodate you. And somehow the person will say, okay, we'll settle your transportation there. Some people don't go with one sponsorship. You have 4 people and 1 person sponsoring. So that's how it goes. So you don't just have to, it's not a difficult thing, though it can be difficult too. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. I'm writing my own sponsorship letter to you, Ma. I have your email. Thank you, Ma. All right. Please, another round of applause. That was such a practical session. All right. And once again, I want to thank all our partners and our organizers, Oxfam International, the UN, Nigerian Youth SDGs, Amnesty International, every single person Area I who has been an organizer for this amazing 2-day event. Please, another round of applause for organizers and partners. All right, so we have just one more item to kick off, and then we'll call it a day. And this session is going to be anchored by no other but the woman, the engine, the person that's been in the engine room, making sure things have been working behind the scenes. I'm taking her from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. We're going to be calling on stage Boluwatife Ajayi of Nigerian Youth SDGs. She's coming up to take charge of this session. We're going to be spotlighting the award recipients of the Oxfam Green Challenge winners and Nigerian Youth SDGs awards. Thank you so much, Boluwatife. And the names of our challenge winners and award recipients, these people I'm calling on board are the Nigerian Youth SDG Spotlight Award recipients and Oxfam Green Challenge winners in no particular order. Number 1 is Marvelous Onoha. Please, a round of applause. Ojuoluwa Tobiloba, round of applause. Nice Franca Abuzi, round of applause. Abubakar Sadid Ahmed, round of applause. I like people with 3 names. Yusuf Amayao, thank you so much. And we can't wait to hear your stories. Thank you so much, Bulu Atife.
Is it working? Oh, it's working. Hello, everyone. Are we fighting? Hello, everyone. No. Hello, everyone. What happened? Are we fighting? Hello, everyone. Okay, I hope we're having a wonderful time. I hope you really had the opportunity to learn a lot of things, consume from all our speakers as much as you can. And even for me, I've been able to learn a lot of things. And for those who attended our events yesterday, we had the award ceremony of NGYouthSDGs Youth Day Spotlight Award and also the Oxfam Green Challenge Award. And we also got winners, we got people getting exciting gifts and all of these things. So right now, this is actually a form of storytelling session, and in line with it is we're also going to be talking about the Climate Voices Nigerian Bootcamp. I mean, the theme for today is gender and climate, so it's going to be very interesting and it's also going to be short. I know that some of us, Tommy's ID, rumbling and all of that, don't worry. So I'm going to be starting off with Nietzsche. Yeah, so she's also one of the winners of the Youth Day Spotlight Award, and she's going to be telling us about her story, telling us her field, how she applied for the award, and what winning means to her. It's not every day that you get to have something so exciting like this, and you're able to share your story to thousands of people. I mean, we also have people watching virtually, so right now I'm just going to be passing the mic to her. Not this my mic, don't worry. And she's going to be sharing her story with us.
Thank you so much, Ma. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. My name is Nietzsche Franca Abuzi. Nietzsche is a tribal name, and it means I survive. Yes, I survive, and I'm still surviving, and I will always survive. And I'm from Kaduna State. I'm a final year student. I'm a teacher to be. I'm a proud teacher to be. And I'm also a UNICEF Young Influencer 2024, and I was opportune to be an awardee at the International Women's Day of the Mandela Washington Fellowship, yes, organized, I think, March during the International Women's Day. And another important thing, or another important part of my story I want to let you know this morning, or rather this afternoon, is I was also opportune to be a member of the early RLC cohort, which was a training in Ghana to train youth in order to be the kind of leaders we want today, not the kind of leaders we are complaining about. So it was a nice training in Ghana, and I feel from that experience, I've been able to know the kind of leader I should be, so I won't be in leadership position sometime or a time to come and people will be complaining about me, or I'll be doing the things I'm not expected to do. I'm also the convener of Franca Abuzi Youth Foundation, where I do the little things I'm able to do. I was discussing with one of the awardees yesterday, and she was like, what's that big thing you've been doing? And I said, I've not been doing anything big. I'm only doing the little things I can do. And one thing I've realized is that, okay, it was also mentioned in the morning, you must not wait to be an NGO owner, a convener, own a company. You don't wait until you're big before you can do something. You must not wait until you are big before you can make a change or try to attempt making a change. I started the whole things I'm doing when I was 16 years old, and I think I started very late because today I look at some teenagers who started early enough. And I'm like, what have I been doing? Why didn't I start it when I was 6, 7, 8 or so? But then I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying to see I made up. I started late, but at least I'm doing my best. So you must not wait until you have so much money. Yes, finance is another thing. Some people wait until they have so much money in their accounts before they can make a change, before you can do impact. No, the story, you can start your story with the little that you have. Those little steps you will take will what will bring a bigger picture, or make you bring that bigger picture you want to see. So I started, and along the way I got registered with the CAC, and God grace, I've been doing the little things I'm able to do in my own capacity. And other youth also, they don't have the rich background to start. They don't have the rich background to actually always fund what they're doing, but there are little things you can do. So if there's anything you would take from me today, is there are little things you can do. You must not wait for when you have so much money, or when you meet someone that can sponsor your big project. There are pet projects, there are mini projects you can set out to do. That's my story.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. So I think the next thing I would like to pick up on is, I mean, you are, one of the Youth Day Spotlight awardees, and you had so many people applying for the award and all of that. So for you, what do you think is going to change for you from now? Do you feel that, I'm being recognized for my work? I think that it's so important that people actually do feel that way, because young people are doing a lot of work, and it feels like there's no recognition, or can your people just stay by the side? We don't need you guys and all of that. But then there's this platform that is now beginning to celebrate young people. So what do you think is going to change for you from now?
All right, talking about the Spotlight Award, I actually applied and I got people who nominated me last year. This morning I had to do a throwback. So last year I attended the event, though I applied, but when I attended the event, because they unveil it, they don't tell you you have won the award. You come to the event and then you discover it. So last year I got nominated. 2 of my friends nominated me, and I came to the event, but I wasn't part of the awardees. And I told myself I will still apply for it. I know there are friends of mine who will see the link and still nominates me for it. So this year, when it came out, I saw it. I nominated myself, and 2 other friends nominated me also. And I said to myself, I will come to the event again. If I get the award, fine. If I don't get it, I will keep applying until I get it. If I get it, fine. If I don't, it's still fine. And now I want everyone here to take note of this. Because you attempted something the first time and it doesn't work out, doesn't mean you should give up. Okay, what if I didn't nominate myself, or my friends didn't nominate me this year? Then this will pass. Well, this is my opportunity. Someone said preparation meeting opportunity. Now, so many youths are waiting for opportunity without being prepared. You want the opportunity to come, but you're not prepared. But I told myself, whether I get this opportunity or not, I will keep applying. I will keep working on myself. Okay, maybe why I didn't get it last year, maybe I wasn't, maybe what I submitted to them, my application was not really too good, or I didn't really tell my story well, or I didn't answer the questions the way I was supposed to answer them. But from that failure, let me call it a failure, from that failure, there were lessons I learned. So when I was applying this year, I tried to apply it better. I planned my storytelling. I presented it the best way I could present it. So there were lessons I learned from that failure. And that's to say, there are lessons you learn from losing. There are lessons you learn from failures. So because you fail at a point, doesn't mean you should give up, doesn't mean you should abandon that thing. Maybe there are some steps you need to take which you did not take. So learn from your failures, learn from your lust, learn from things that you want, from things that you want to get but you did not get them. When you learn from them, when the next opportunity comes, you are prepared for it, to face it. And so this award came as a surprise because I was really happy that I did not give up. I was really happy that I decided to try again. There is room to always try again, please, youth. There is room to always try again. When you do it the first time, it doesn't work, try again. When you do it the second time, it doesn't work, try again. If you do it the third time, it still doesn't work, please don't give up, try again. At the Yali LLC last year, I had a friend who, that was my first time of applying, and then I got selected on set. I got selected. That was my first time. I didn't really stress myself. But I met a friend, and I asked her if this was her first time to apply. She said, no, this is her 5th time to apply. And I was like, hey, if it was me, Kai, I don't really think. But that was something I learned from her, to keep striving, to keep attempting. Because maybe that's next step you are scared to take. Maybe that's the next step that has your success, or maybe that's the next step that is yours. So if you don't take it, if you're scared to take it because you're scared to fail, you're scared not to be accepted, you're scared to be declined again, then you will miss out of that big thing you want. So as an awardee, I really see this as a motivation for me to keep doing what I'm doing. Remember, I told you it's the little things I'm doing. I don't have a family, a big family to support a big project. I don't have friends who are really rich to support a big project, but I have friends who have passion to help out. I have people who have passion to encourage me. So those little things I'm doing, this award is coming as a motivation and encouragement for me. Because from yesterday, I was like, okay, I need to do something. I need to keep doing. So maybe I was at the point of my giving up, but this award came as a motivation. Okay, Franca, you need to continue. You're doing it little by little, but the world is seeing it. You're doing it little by little. You're taking this, doing the little things you can do, but then it is compiling. If you can, there are actually people that can do the big one because they are capable, but then there are people that you do it little by little, and then you get to the big thing you want to achieve. So this is a motivation to me, and I believe it should also be a motivation to other youths to see that, okay, if Franca can do it, if Franca can be recognized, then I can also be recognized. If Franca can do this little thing she's doing, and she can make it to the award, I can also make it. And then there is something I wrote down here. There is something I wrote down, please. I just want to read it. It states, we have a crucial role to play in making our presence felt, because so many youths are living today without making their presence felt. You have the skills, you have something you can do, but even your neighbors don't know. You are shy, you are scared, you don't want to do it. Please, in Nigeria, this is the time we need it as a youth. Those skills, those hidden talents you have, bring it out. Those skills, bring it out. Let your immediate environment feel your presence. Because as a youth, if the society are not feeling your presence, then I don't know what you're doing. I don't really know what you're doing. So let your presence be felt. And unless we play our roles, we'll never be taken serious. But then I know a true leader, a game changer, a person with a heart full of passion and a mind full of wonder, a shining star, a beacon of hope, a unique and precious individual with so much to offer to the world. And you know who that person is? That person is you.
So let's give her a round of applause.
So please, let's make the difference we want to see. The government might not give us those opportunities, but I know that we can create those opportunities for ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Is there anyone here that has applied for something and you really, really, really wanted that thing, but you didn't get it? Can you raise your hand? So this is your cue to try again, So Ojolu, I'm coming to you. You are a winner of the Oxfam Green Award Challenge, and I know that this opportunity is really great for you. I mean, you're doing amazing work with SDSN. So could you just, briefly tell us your story and how winning is going to change a lot of things for you.
All right, thanks so much, Bolu. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm actually a director of strategic growth and development at SDSN Nigeria. And my story began while I was my first degree. That's doing my project. So I worked on the use of school garden for effective teaching and learning. So, but I'm so passionate that I don't want this project to just go on the shelf. So, and I think 4 years after, I just woke up one morning and I said, no, Toby, your project will not be like others. And that was what was brought about the reviving, the mission, which is reviving school gardens initiative in Nigeria. And I wrote a letter to the local government chairman because I live in Ibadan. And no response from them. I said, I want to come and establish a garden in the school to teach the students agribusiness, green skills, and the likes. No response. And because I'm also a global school advocate, so I used that opportunity to start with a school. And with that, and that was how the journey began. And ever since then, as I speak now, we have 10 schools that we have been able to establish school gardens. They are producing food efficiently and maximally. And going forward, just to talk about Franca's story, I applied for Green Challenge last year. I was not selected. But, you know, I between last year and now, I felt like I told myself, this year, I'll do better. And, you know, while I was applying this year, in fact, it was like on a rush because my phone was faulty. So when I came back, it was when I applied for that, for the challenge. So what I'm trying to say is that we keep trying, and that little idea that you have as individual, you can't tell where it's going. You know, from a school, now we have 10 schools. And I started with my personal funds. And going forward, someone saw me when I posted it. Oh, so school, we have a school garden, and that person paid for 10 schools. Yeah, so that person, an organization paid for 10 schools. And that was how the journey began. And by God's grace, this new session will be adopting another 5 schools to what we have on the ground. So what I'm trying to say is that that little idea that you have, you can't tell who is watching you, and please just start it. And while you start it, don't be discouraged. Because as a matter of time, there are times that I will have to go and struggle to get water to wet when there's no water. There are times that I will have to, you know, energize the students. Oh yeah, let's go guys, let's go guys, let's go guys, let's go and do this, let's go and do that. So those times are challenging. And I'm also a family man, you know, I also need to feed, and I'm doing social impact work. So there are a whole lot of things that are muddled up together. But today, you know, having to sit on this seat and share my story is a big deal. So please don't stop where you are, and make sure you're also telling your story. Just this morning, because I also started a mentorship class for backyard and gardens generally, and one of my students sent almost half crate of cucumber that she grew, and she said, "Oh, thank you, coach." You know, that gave me a whole lot of joy, and I felt I can do more. Even from this award that I got yesterday, I said, "No, Toby, you are just starting." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toby. That was very, very inspiring. And I think if you look at now, we're talking about climate change and, you know, food security, all of these things. It's so important that you're able to even farm in your own house and just start from this littlest of things. It can just be pepper. If you all know Rodo, you can just start with Rodo. It doesn't have to be so big. And I'm really glad that you're able to share your story. Thank you so much. So I'll be moving on to Marvelous. Yeah. So I'll be moving on to you, and I would like for you to share how your journey has led you to, you know, winning the Oxfam Green Challenge and the opportunities that you see coming your way.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I also want to thank the organizers of this program. I don't know if I will say that somehow I don't deserve to be here. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but I think that it's God that is actually doing everything for us, and you don't know when God will actually open your own chapter. My own journey started in March ending. I currently work in a poultry farm. So as I was there, I'm this kind of person that I don't like to really complain. I like to find solution to something. So as I'm faced with a problem, I'm already thinking of the next action to take just to solve that problem. So as I was there, I was having issues with this people complaining of hunger and all that. And even while I was in school too, because I graduated in January this year from University of Port Harcourt, and I studied fishery. So as I was working in the poultry farm, I got interested in crop production somehow. But then I don't know what to do. I don't know who to go to teach me, because I just got interested in it. I want to learn how to grow crops. Just like what Toby said, what I basically do currently on my platform is to advocate for home gardening and agriculture and all that. So I don't even know where to start from. Like I said yesterday, I went on YouTube, saw that you can actually cultivate crops in a sack bag. So I started watching YouTube videos. As I was still working in the poultry farm, I had to one day I was sleeping in the afternoon. The whole thing was just like, Marvelo, stand up and do something, because where I was working, I was not comfortable with it. So immediately I started something, went out, got some sacks, and started it. The first day I posted my interest on agriculture on my Facebook page, the reactions I got was even what motivated me to continue what I was doing. So they motivated me in a way that I was like, okay, I think this is where God wants me to go to. So I should just push in and continue what I was doing. I started by asking questions. I did not go online to start pretending like as if I'm a professional in that. Do you understand? I did not go there. I went there seeking for answers. I went there seeking for information that would actually help me to grow. And by doing that, I'll also use the platform to encourage other young people, because if you look at it now, most young persons are no longer interested in farming. A lot of young persons are no longer, they see it as a profession for poor people. But then I always, based on the research I've done and the persons that I look up to, I always see agriculture to be a $1 billion enterprise. That's the way I see it, in as much as I don't have the money now. So as I continued doing what I was doing, I was like, okay, I got into a training by God's grace by Leverage Fresh Limited. I got a free spot to embark on the training after the competition we did. And they are teaching us how to grow tomatoes, pepper, cucumber, watermelon, and bell pepper in a sack, using whatsoever you have available. And I was like, okay, I have the opportunity, I have the space. Let me engage in this training since I've been looking for this information. So on the long run, I got to know that there are other, like there is an advanced method of agriculture. You know, I started with not knowing anything when it comes to crop production. I got to know that there is an advanced method of agriculture, in the sense that there are some countries that actually use satellite, drones, and all that to improve their farming method, you know, reducing stress and all that. I was like, okay, all right. So since I don't have a tech skill, what can I learn now to help me? My poultry manager is always having issues stocking birds when he's not supposed to stock birds. He has been in the business for 13 years, but he can't really give an informed decision or information based on the trends of what he has been doing since. I was like, okay, I think I should go to data analysis. Do you understand? Hope people are following my story. So I was like, okay, data analysis. I went to browse about it. I was like, okay, I think this is the skill that I need. All right, I don't have a laptop. What should I do? That same week that I was still talking about it, I even posted it on on my page talking about data analysis and that I actually need a laptop. I went on Twitter and then saw the flyer for the challenge. I was like, I think this is it. But I had this mediocre mindset. I was like, since I'm just beginning, this journey, how am I going to win this thing? I saw the flyer on the 15th of July, but when I applied, it was on the 23rd of July. I was battling with the whole thing. My mind was like, okay, you said you needed a laptop. Why not just compete? Just do your stuff, sit down and just think of something, a problem, a solution to what they asked you to do and all that. And the whole thing, I was not really sleeping well because I was thinking about it. My mind was like, if you don't grab this opportunity, you might not get it next time. So to everyone out there, if you're seeing any opportunity and even though you don't really, let's say you're not really, a professional in that thing, just give it your trial, just give it a shot. You don't know what God is preparing for you. And that's actually my story. So as I just gave that, I posted, I sent my video and then did everything we are asked to do. To me, I thought I was not even going to emerge as a top 10. When I saw myself there, I was shocked, honestly. And then I got an invite that I should come here. I didn't even know I was going to win. Let me not lie to you, or I don't know. The whole thing was just so, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. So as I got here, coming here wasn't easy for me, but I just wanted to just be here to observe what is actually happening because I've not been in this kind of gathering before ever in my life. I just wanted to just be here. So whether I win or not, so far I attended this program and see what other young persons are also doing in their own communities and all that. It's actually helped me, you understand? So when I got here and yesterday, it was actually a remarkable day for me. I was very shocked. I was very, very surprised. It means that God is actually in my story and the whole universe actually is in support of what I'm doing. And through my own story, a lot of young persons will also come into agriculture that they've been looking down on so that together we can form a community of young persons to solve the problem of food insecurity. This is my story and I thank everyone. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Marvelous. Thanks so much. I think that definitely we have some people that must have applied for these awards and did not get it. And I'm so glad that they're able to share their story and let you know that, okay, Marvelous was just talking about imposter syndrome, where you think that, oh, I can never get something. This opportunity is not for people like me. And she spoke about how she also started small. And she was able to make use of her learnings in our office, talking about our boss who wasn't making informed decisions. So it's so important that we keep learning, and not just learning, but also taking it into action. Right now, our last person on the queue is Abu Bakar, and he's also one of the winners of the Youth Day Spotlight Award. And briefly, he's just going to tell us about himself and what winning the award is for him, the opportunities that he knows he'll be able to get following this event.
Okay. Hello, great minds. Hello, change makers. Please, let's answer like we have energy. We are youth. We are young people. Hello, great minds. Okay. It's fine, okay. My name is Abubakar Sadiq Ahmad, well-known and popularly known as SDGs Allergy. I'm a passionate SDGs advocate and the founder and chief executive officer of Action for Youth Empowerment and Development. Under Action for Youth Empowerment and Development, we have carried out a lot of project advocacies. Basically, before, our thematic focus was education and health. But what we do mainly is awareness and advocacies. But an incident that happened in my state actually pushed me to start advocating for climate action. Though I was advocating for partnership for the goal, I was trying to invite more young people to actually join us in championing SDGs. So I got a notification, a report by a blog post that 200 people, died because of heat wave in Adamawa State. I was like, wow. Though I experienced it, like everybody, everywhere in Adamawa was very hot. You meet the person, the person that is age 70, 60 years. He will say that he have never experienced a heat like that time. So I was like, if this can cause the death of 200 people, and to shock you, this death is within just 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, 200 people died. In fact, that time they even have to lock down schools because the thing is becoming a pandemic. So I say I have to do something about this. So I came up with a project idea, Sustainable Green Future, which I said I'm going to actually plant 5,000 trees in Adamawa State, just to pilot test, because I am hoping to plant more than that. But let me start with 500 because I like things in a broader way. I like to start big. So I actually started the project, and luckily enough, we get partnership and collaboration. Though in all my activism, in all my journey, I've never got funding for any of my projects. But I can tell you that I have done a project that worth more than 5 million. Yeah, and these come from partnership. These come from partnership and collaboration. So when you partner with people, you see things will come easily for you. I will talk about that maybe later. So, okay. Sorry, I got partnership from a radio station in my locality, which they gave me free airtime to talk about climate action. Each week, like every week, we used to go to radio station, create sensitization on climate action, and we used to go and create awareness in the community and carry these seedlings. So far, right now, we started the project this June. So far, right now, we have planted more than 153 seedlings, self-funded, and we have reached out to, I think, 20 schools. For the advocacies, we have set up sustainability club in those schools, so which is actually undergoing. And one key thing about this award, in fact, I have to appreciate my mom. In fact, I dedicate this award to my mom for her relentless efforts. In fact, this woman done like unimaginable stuff for me. She even changed her career, you understand, to fit my activism. Well, this woman have actually tried for me. She's the best among the best. Thank you so much, Ma. And I am sure that she's with me right now because she just called me a call. She just gave me a call that she's with us live. She have been with us throughout yesterday, live. So thank you so much, Ma. And this award is actually a milestone for me because I've been actually doing small things. People will walk up to me that, Abakar, these things you're doing, that you're supposed to be more than where you are. But me, personally, I don't actually see what I'm doing. I didn't see the impact. But they keep telling me this, but I didn't believe it actually. But these awards actually shed a light to me that, yeah, maybe what you're doing, it's speaking. So I will give a short advice for young men who have passion for activism or bringing change to the community. One thing that kept me going, let me tell you something. I've been in this system for almost a decade because I started activism since 2015, and I'm still going. And let me tell you, I've never got a grant or a funding spot of 20,000. I have been doing it. Firstly, I started as an foundation, though up till now, I am a registered organization, but I'm running it as a foundation. Even my members, I prohibit any of my members from contributing on projects. The only contribution that they are to make is come, bring your energy, bring your idea, bring your effort. But for you to fund the organization, I don't need that. with the little I earn from project management and data analysis, that's what I use to actually fund my activities. And what inspired me to do that, it's passion. When you have passion, you can do anything. When you have passion, you will make impact. When you have passion, you will do things that you have never expected, you have never imagined. And one key thing about me is that I like utilizing resources. I usually utilize resources. I utilize opportunities. I have implemented projects, I think, in more than 6 states. Like, not mere projects. I have some other short projects that I don't even use to count them as projects. This one I can say I have implemented 6 mega projects in 6 states. And what happened is, whenever I found myself in a state, I make sure I do something in that state that will give an impact. I came to Abuja for this event, but I'm promising you that before I leave Abuja, I have already started making contacts. I have make my network. So we will soon have a awareness campaign, you understand, in Uni Abuja, before I leave Abuja. After Abuja, I'll be going to Kogi also for different assignments, but I'll make sure before I leave Kogi, I have implemented a project. So that's how I usually utilize opportunities. And you can see, in fact, even by seeing me, I am advocating for SDGs for you, because most of my shirts are branded, and the brand is SDGs. You see my picture. Those that saw me yesterday, you can witness that. The picture, like the shirt I was wearing, was my picture and SDGs. So when you just see me, when you just see this thing, you will ask me what's SDGs. In fact, even my name, when you ask me what's my name, I'll tell you SDGs. Some people will now ask me what SDGs is. So sometimes, like, in fact, I saw people about sustainable development through my name, like countless people. Some of the people doesn't know about SDGs, but by asking me my name, they got to know SDGs. By seeing my profile on Facebook or any of my social media handle, you will get to know SDGs. So I move everywhere I go. You see, I'm moving all along. Everywhere I go, I always make sure I carry SDGs with me. I make it part of my life, my daily routine. So if you know Abubakar, you know SDGs. That's one thing for sure. Most of my shirts are branded with SDGs, and my name is completely SDGs Allergy, to actually advocate and to tell people about sustainable development goals and to bring young people to this movement. Lastly, I would like to end up with a quote that we need to stand up, we need to take action. The world that you want to see must be created by you. So you have to stand, whether in masses or you have to stand all alone. The goal is one: make change, make a positive impact.
Thank you so much, Abubakar. First of all, shout out to Abubakar's mom. Thanks so much for supporting his dreams, and thanks so much, Abubakar, for sharing all that you've been able to share. I think that we've all gotten something from what each of them have had to share, and I'm so glad that they're also able to share that story. Picking up on what Abubakar said, looking at climate action, it is something that we should all be concerned about. And at NGYouthSDGs, we recently carried out the Climate Voices Nigeria bootcamp, and it was a virtual bootcamp that actually did graduate over 100 young Nigerians, and the idea was to raise environmentally conscious young Nigerians. We need more people to take climate action. We need more people to be educated. Some people tell you, I don't believe in climate change. I don't think there's anything like that. Different things, but we need more people to actually stand up and decide that enough is enough. I want to play a role. I want to take action. And I know that in the all right now, we have some persons that also participated in the boot camp. So it's so important that we learn. We know more about climate. We know more about climate policy, climate financing. I mean, we had a workshop on climate negotiation. So all of these things are very, very critical. And right now, I'll be leaving us with a video from the Climate Voices Nigeria Bootcamp, where participants shared their success stories, the experience that they got from going through the bootcamp. And I'm sure you'll be able to learn one or two things. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to us. And thank you also to our virtual audience. Now, we're passing the mic to our MC.
Hello, my name is Ravi Mohammed Sraj. I am an undergraduate student at Bayer University, Kano, studying pharmacy. I am an indigent and resident of Kano State. I got to participate in the 2024 Climate Voices Nigeria Bootcamp organized by the NGYouthSDGs, and I would like to share my experience. The bootcamp has greatly improved my knowledge of climate change and how to advocate for climate justice. I got to understand that climate change has impact on almost everything, either directly or indirectly. Would you believe me if I told you that climate change can affect or influence even your relationships? Through the bootcamp, I've learned how to effectively develop communication strategies, especially regarding climate communication. I've also gained other skills such as teamwork, collaboration, and leadership. The bootcamp motivated me to take actions in the climate field. I have started working on projects such as planting of trees and advocacy programs to educate people in my local community and beyond. Lastly, I would like to appreciate the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Cesar Imos. I am presently a serving corps member in Lagos State, and I got the privilege to participate in the Climate Voices Nigeria Bootcamp 2024. Before the research, I didn't understand much about climate change and climate action. I thought that there's nothing I can do since I am not a scientist, but then that has changed over the course of the bootcamp. We also embarked on a research work as a team, and part of our findings is that Nigeria is a diversified state. So communicating climate change is kind of difficult because language is the barrier. How would you communicate climate change and climate action to a local person on the street in a language that he will understand? So it is a challenge posing climate change in Nigeria. Part of the challenges we experience as a team is that there were limited research work as regards to climate change in the Nigerian space. So it was hard for us to get resources, materials that will help us in our research work. Thank you.
Hello, I am Kelechukwu Ibe from Anambra State, a graduate of pure and industrial chemistry. I also hold a master's degree in environmental chemistry and pollution control. Currently, I am doing my PhD in sustainable development. As one of the participants of the Climate Voices Nigerian Bootcamp in May 2024, I must say that this is an amazing experience with thought-provoking sessions. The sessions enhance my understanding of climate actions. I learned new strategies for effective climate communication to take actions, and I look forward to employing these in my advocacy at the Grassroots initiative in Facebook and YouTube. Thanks to the organizers for the opportunity and the network to build a sustainable world. Let us keep it green. Thank you.
My name is Testimony Odi, and I'm a Nigerian storyteller and artist resident in Benin City. This year, I got to participate in the 2024 Climate Voices Nigeria Bootcamp, where powerful online learning sessions enhanced my understanding of why climate change is an issue that must not be ignored. A few of the skills I acquired from the bootcamp include empowerment and communication on the importance of climate change through social media and how to use collaboration to achieve collective climate goals, which is something I did when I collaborated with my amazing team members on a climate change research project. And one exciting initiative I have as a result of my learnings at the bootcamp is called the Arts for Climate Change, where artists come together to use their art as a tool for climate action. I cannot end this video without expressing my heartfelt gratitude to all the workshop facilitators, speakers, and organizers of the 2024 Climate Voices Nigeria Bootcamp. Here's a shout out to you guys.
My name is Godias Kazeka Moses. I am from Kebbi State, resident in Abuja. I am a graduate and I got the opportunity to participate in the 2024 Climate Voices Nigeria Bootcamp. This program has enlightened me on key concepts of climate change and climate action, especially in the field of climate finance and the global and national climate policy framework. The training sessions from this bootcamp has enabled me develop and hone my skills, especially in collaboration, to work in a team with my writing and research skills. From all that I've learned and from the knowledge I've acquired from this bootcamp, I'm excited to plan an advocacy and environmental awareness initiative to enlighten Nigerians and young people on ways they can live sustainably and be more environmentally conscious. It has been amazing to participate in this bootcamp. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations to all the participants of the Climate Voices boot camp. We're going to be ending with a closing remark. But before then, I want to ask, how was today's session for you? Be honest. Forget the hunger. How was today's session for you? Let me hear. One word to describe today's session. Awesome. Amazing. Inclusive. Okay. Okay. Informative. The people at the back, did you hear anything today? Okay, okay. Those people at the back, they are the real warriors. They stood their ground to enter today. Yeah, so I like that. Well done. Thank you so much for joining us for the 2-day International Youth Day program organized by Nigerian Youth SDGs in partnership with Oxfam Nigeria, the United Nations Nigeria, Area I, Amnesty International, and all our amazing partners. My name is Sharon Chiahemen, and I have been AKA Sensational Sharon. Yes, that's the nickname. But thank you so much for being so amazing, for participating today, for all the amazing questions. I hope that you keep this knowledge you got from today and turn it into action. And please network with each other as we leave. And remember the networking tip. Don't just find out what they do, find out how you guys can partner and what the link is between what you guys do. So we're going to be closing out today with a closing remark and directions for our launch by the communication officer at Oxfam in Nigeria, no other person but the amazing Mr. Maxwell. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Maxwell as he gives us the closing remark and directs us on how we should or shall or will get lunch. Which one? Will get, should, or may get lunch? We shall get lunch. So Mr. Maxwell says we shall get lunch. A round of applause for Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying here up to now. And for those of us that were with us yesterday, we saw how engaging it was. And also for today, although we had a bit of shortcomings, for those at the back, they will relate more than us in front. But we are actually excited for the learnings that we've gotten here so far, from all of the discussions, from the climate justice, the gender and climate panel session, to the youth coming to display. And I'm going to reference a bit of perseverance from the last session. So we saw from Nice, Ahmed, Toby, and Marvelous, how the story of keep pushing, persevering, not giving up, had made them victorious. Just to also note is, Toby said he didn't have a phone, but what he went home yesterday with was a good phone, a brand new phone. And also Marvelous also mentioned something about laptops. And God would have it, or how the team will have it, she was given a laptop yesterday. So you see, so the things are falling in for them, and it's also to give us that sense of motivation that we shouldn't give up. So no matter the trials. I saw on the boot camp some of the applicants that applied for Oxfam Green Challenge last year, and now they had a boot camp. So you see the progression. So we need to keep pushing. And I want to thank you on behalf of Oxfam in Nigeria, Nigerian Youth SDG Network, Code, Area A, Area I, GISEF, United Nations, and Amnesty International for making us have a lovely and engaging sessions all through these 2 days of activities. So thank you so much. And I wish you the very best. And if you look to your right and your left, there are ushers, so please signify. Yes, so please, they'll be ushering us down to get our lunch, but we'll be starting with those with meal tickets so we can be extra coordinated. Do have a lovely day. Oh, yes, okay. Group pictures. Well, I'm not so sure if the stage can accommodate. Sorry? When we get the meals, we'll come back. I think we should do that first. Yes, so. All right. Yeah, we'll set up once. Let's just have the pictures. So please, we'll have group pictures, then lunch. Thank you so much for your time. Okay. Please, we'll be having the group photograph in 2 sessions. So please, from Mr. Terry Moore, from this line, we'll be having the first set. Then we'll come back to the remaining half. Thank you so much. So please, can bring more chairs just in front of the podium too. Are we good? Are you sure? Why is it covered these chairs? Okay. Sorry. All right, so our code word will be 16, because that's what we used yesterday, so we can all have bright smiles, don't we? So 1, 2, go. I don't think they got that. So we'll take it one more time. Are you ready? Are we ready? 1, 2, go. Thank you so much. So please, the other half. No, please, we are not starting with the launch yet. Let's just be done with the group pictures. Thank you. No, they're out there, so everybody go back. All right, so our code words, 16, let's not forget. So 1, 2, go. I think we will take it again. I think we'll take it again. So maybe this time, extra cheerfulness. Maybe signs, fists, anything. So 1, 2, go. All right, thank you so much. Please go back to your seats. Then we resume. Okay, all right. So let's have our seats. Let's have our seats. And they are like chairs here. Are these not people's seats? Okay, members of the Climate Justice Youth Network, you can come on stage and have a group photo. Yeah, they're going to sit down. No, I don't think. Members of the climate.
But that's how they rush me. First come.
Yeah, just wait.
I'm one of them. Is it NGO? Business. I want to start my work. Can I write my name first? Before I start my bullet.
I would like to.
I want to usher the bullet for the breakfast. Let me write my name.
Don't. Yes, you write your name first. Okay, quick one. Mr. David Arinze, who was one of the panelists for the first panel that we had, he has an opportunity for 10 founders, 10 business owners. Let me put it that way. So if you have a social impact business or a normal, just a normal